I can't remember. We actually had many of the games and exercises in the past, so this is a nice opportunity. Digital Foundation is an international educational NGO. Our focus is obviously on cyber issues, digital issues, and diplomacy, digital policy, and international relations. And in this context of the game, what we try to help with the game is setting the stage a little bit, the context of the game, and then the debrief after the game. Now, this edition is a little bit shorter than what we usually do, and Anastasia can elaborate. When we do the whole exercise, it's usually hour and a half, 2 hours, a lot of discussion, but we'll try to give a snapshot, and I won't take much time. I want to provide a quick context for those of you that are maybe not from the field. I'll just briefly add my background. I guess it's easier than to share the screen. Actually, you can put me on the, or rather this side. You can see the background behind me, and it's actually the illustration of how warfare might be led in future, or even today. So you, as an attacker, you have a person who is basically dressed as a civilian. He or she doesn't necessarily have to be. You can probably put the speaker view if you want to see closer. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a military official who is launching an attack. And we see more and more proxies which are acting on behalf of states, conducting attacks. The attacks are conducted through the computer in a way, or in the digital space, attacking targets which can be ranged everything from hospitals to education to energy sector to shipment and harbors and so on. And we've seen many, many cases in the past of who are the targets. So the critical infrastructure basically can get attacked and in a way made dysfunctional or even cause a lot of damage. Luckily, we haven't seen officially their lives yet, but I'm afraid it's a matter of time. Then what you can't see on this illustration, but I can share the link later on, is there is a book on international law which underpins the table. So there are a lot of questions of international law and how international law applies to these cases. And in most cases, what we see is that attacks which are ongoing in cyberspace, what we call, go under the threshold of armed attack, because we don't know what the armed attack is. We have a lot of discussions on that, a lot of suggestions how to articulate that in cyberspace, but we don't have an international agreement on that. And with all these circumstances and context, a huge question is attribution. So if you get an attack from somewhere and you have a huge loss and a high effect attack, a very sophisticated one, you can do a lot of forensics, technical analysis, and try to find where is that keyboard that actually provided the attack. And you can do as much to that extent. But then you have to, as I've heard from some colleagues in the field, you have to bridge this couple of centimeters from the keyboard to the person who was behind, and then try to connect that person with proxies and entities around, and then these proxies with maybe governments and states. It's a very hard job to do. And the attribution, if you look into closer details, it has these technical details, so technical attribution, as a legal attribution. You have to collect all the evidence that you can actually put in the court that are valid. And I don't even want to mention how complex that is in different jurisdictions. And last, you have a political attribution, which is in a way a sovereign decision of states. It doesn't have to follow the previous ones, but we are trying to explain how complex this is. Now, what we are going to do in the next hour and something is focus particularly on these aspects of technical attribution, understanding how can we actually track what happened, understand how the attack unveiled, who might be behind it and for what reasons, and suggest some options based on this. What would you do in such a case if you would be in the shoes of decision maker? Would you point a finger or would you do it differently to do a sort of attribution or signal who is behind? So touch upon political level, but just as a matter of exercise. If we have time, and I hope we will have time afterwards, we can debrief and look at the traps of this complexity of attributions and where we should be more cautious. Nastya, back to you, and I hope we'll have time at the end.
Thank you so much, Vlada. Again, and as usual, really masterful setting the scene and introduction, and it's really, I hope, helpful introduction to the broader context that we will be dealing with throughout the games. We know that would be a really diverse set of experts and people joining the IGF this year. And also, I know that some people might be joining physically in Poland while we're conducting the game fully virtual. So for playing the game, you would need also have computers or a laptop at least. The game cannot be launched through a mobile phone or tablet. But before moving on with the games, and before I actually explain the rules of the game, I also send a link in a chat with a glossary which contains technical notions which were specifically designed to assist you with any sort of clarification of any technical notion you might face throughout the game. So you could download it in the meantime. And we proceed with the cyber stability games. I hope you could see my slides again. So the goal of the simulation would be to ensure cyber stability through avoiding conflict and by enhancing cooperation and exchange. We have sort of KIPS, Kaspersky Interactive Protection Simulation, for different scenarios. We usually design the environment of the airport or the power station to help actually the participants to learn how to protect those environments and many critical assets in there. For today's scenario, which focuses on technical attribution and complexities of this, we offer you a new fictional world. You can see the map on the screen right now. It, of course, contains several countries. You don't need to choose any country, but please pay special attention to the 3 countries. Those are Republia, Fook Island, and Vulcania. So each of you will represent as a diplomat of a national delegation at the UN First Committee, which exists actually in a real life. It deals with the peace of issues of international security and peace. Your responsibility would be to prevent security incidents, playing as a cyber diplomat, and to ensure international security through conducting technical attribution to identify who has been attacking the UN, and namely your delegation. Not to leave you completely desperate security situation and assist you throughout the game, we also designed the 5 profiles of possible threat actors that will be available in the console, which we will access all together a little bit later. So you see that the 5 threat actors, 3 of them APT threat actors, Black Octopus, Red Snake, White Horse. You will be able to see what they're interested in, what different language they use, what targets they prefer. And also we included 2 actors, Bob Hacktivist and Hacken for Hack Company. But only one of them is the real culprit who will be attacking the UN. A couple of words how to play before we will start actually playing. So you see right now the print screen of the actual console. We will be joining soon. The console will contain all necessary information that you would need throughout all the courses of the game. It will have the reports and the messages, the game resources. I'll explain this a little bit later, an actual timer because we will be having limited time for each phase. So if you'd like to open different panels throughout the console, for instance, if you'd like to open the message panel, you would need to click at the arrow share button. You could also switch between the game board and the action cards with the help of the slider. And you could also zoom in and zoom out the console. About the rules. So remember that each of you who will be playing as a single players will be playing as a cyber diplomat, representing your national delegation of fictional reality to the UN. Structurally, with you 2 levels, the UN level, First Committee level, and the national level. So each of you, as a cyber diplomat, is being sent by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs to the UN, and you use computers which are managed by the ministries, but they also connected to the UN infrastructure. And right now you see on the slide the structural visualization of that. To zoom in a little bit to the national level, We also indicated here national cybersecurity agencies, CERTs, law enforcement as important contact points for you to assist, to actually ask for assistance and deal with the cyber incident. Beyond the national and the UN level, we also indicated here Whirlpool, which is an analog to Interpol in the real life. That is an international organization that helps with the worldwide police cooperation and crime control. And they could be specifically helpful to you to investigate cyber incidents through across different borders and across different jurisdictions. We also put here private cybersecurity experts of different fields. If you might need any help with, let's say, digital forensic, malware analysis, penetration testing, or incident response. And finally, at the UN level, we're also indicating here two instruments, two tools. One of them is the UN PR service team, which might be really helpful to you as a cyber diplomat, dealing with questions that will come from journalists. And also the third committee meetings. More explanation is given in glossary, the link I put in the chat. So, but I also explain here a little bit. We discussed this quite extensively with Vlada and with Diplo Foundation. And the idea is we're somewhere in the 2025, where hopefully the current open-ended working group, which will start its work the next week, will end in a regular institutional dialogue at the UN level. So this sort of the UN institutional cyber dialogue working group, which you already could leverage to set up the coordination platform and thus to cooperate with other states, to exchange information with them, threat intelligence, or actually to respond to their requests for assistance, or also ask for assistance their delegations. So first committee meetings, those are ad hoc operational meetings, which you as a cyber diplomat may ask to convene if you need to have a coordination channel with other states. To sum up, throughout the game, you would have 4 types of assistance. So you could ask national or UN IT support with a cyber incident. You could also ask National Cybersecurity Agency, CERT, to help you with the investigation of a cyber incident. Whirlpool and the private sector partners can also be helpful to you. And finally, you could also cooperate with other states. As I mentioned, by sharing intelligence with them, or by sharing, for instance, your work in national IT infrastructure, if this doesn't work, or ask the local law enforcement assistance with investigation of cyber incident. Keeping in mind that the goal of today's games is international stability and peace, you would need to go through some steps. Namely, you would need to investigate, to understand what's happening to you with what you are dealing with, to try to remediate this, to conduct a technical attribution, and finally, to also conduct a proper communication with your important external and internal stakeholders to avoid the escalation and panic. But please remember that you will be short of resources, as in a real life, and you would need to prioritize. Please keep in mind that the focus should stay on technical attribution, which is the goal of today's game. The more information you have for evidence-based technical attribution, the safer cyberspace is. And a couple of words about the structure, how actually the game would work. Throughout the game, we would have 5 turns. Each of the turn is similar with each other, so basically the turn structure is the same for all 5 turns. So each turn will start with the messages. You will get some news. World news, newspapers, internal messages, emails, lots of the information that you would need to deal with. Then there will be action phase, limited in time, when you would need to respond to those messages, basically to choose action cards. The system will then generate the score and will provide you with the reports, sharing with what has happened in your fictional reality, in your world, since you took the actions. This will happen throughout all 5 turns. If you might have already questions at this moment, please do not worry. We will have a specific allocated time slot to discuss those questions. In the meantime, please write them down, or you could also ask them in chat, and I would be happy to assist you with the further information about the game. About the game resources, as I mentioned, you will be short of the resources. In our game, we have two resources, abstract time and budget. Abstract time is, if you ask me, what's the abstract time? So basically, we wanted to give theoretically a suggestion of how much theoretically time it could cost each of the action throughout the game. Each of you will receive 100 abstract time for each turn. So it means that for all 5 turns in total, you will have 500 abstract time units. However, the time that you didn't use for one turn cannot be transferred to the next turn. And about the budget. For all 5 turns, you will get $75,000. We know that is not much, just in a real world, I guess. But also, please keep in mind that your goal is not to make budget savings. So if you manage even to save some money, it will not make your score high. The budget is not the end goal for you. This is something to assist you with the more options to deal with the cyber incidents. So you could take the action and respond to the lots of the messages that you will receive, as many action cards as you want, but with the 3 conditions. First, you cannot actually exceed the sum of the action cards more than 100 abstract time units. The sum of the action cards cannot exceed your budget. And also we will be having limited real time for each phase, and you will need to make the actions before the time runs out. So the success of each of you as a single player will be measured by the score, which evaluates how successful your delegation in our fictional world in dealing with the complex cyber attack scenarios through investigation, remediation, communication, and technical attribution. The final part of the onboarding, I will explain you about the action cards. Right now, you see on the slide the illustration of 2 random action cards. Each of them will have a number, name, and effect. Number doesn't matter anything, so please, you could just ignore it. It's just for our easier navigation throughout the game. However, name and effect, it's really something really important for you to consider. So you need to read the name each time and a description each time, because the effect of the card could be different depending on the turn and depending on the combination of different cards you play. Cost and time is also as a 2 game resources indicated in each card. So for instance, you see the card number 2, which means convening the UN Cyber Emergency Working Group meeting. This is the same working group meeting that I explained a little bit earlier. It definitely will not cost you anything as a cyber diplomat. But speaking theoretically, in terms of the abstract time units in our game, it will cost you somewhere 50 abstract time units. At the same time, investigating DDoS attack, meaning that you request your National Cyber Agency assistance with the DDoS investigation. And it means that your National Cybersecurity Agency will probably purchase special anti-DDoS equipment and will spend some time to install it properly. It will also cost you somewhere 50 abstract time units. And in terms of money, it will cost you somewhere $15,000. So this is the end of our simulation. Please remember that the goal for you as a cyber diplomat is to ensure international security and peace. And you would need to investigate a cyber incident or incidents, and depends on how many you will face throughout all 5 turns. You will also need to collect all necessary pieces of evidence to understand who is the right culprit, communicate it timely to avoid the panic and escalation, and remediate the attacks if you face if you still have the time. Accurate technical analysis and the actual culprit being found as the ultimate target of today's game. This is the time for the questions. Please let me know if you have any questions so far. You could ask them in the chat or raise a hand. If not, I will also like to show you the demo session, how basically the console would work. So maybe you could have more questions in the meantime. I will be sharing my screen again. You don't need to do anything. So let me share this. I hope you could see this. Once I will send you a link, self-registration link to access the game. I really recommend to launch it from incognito mode. As you see, I did it from incognito mode. I open also the Google Chrome browser. So it also would be really helpful if you copy and paste the link here, and you will see that the game hasn't started yet, which is absolutely okay because we haven't started playing. I also see the question from Sean. You will be working individually as a single player. I hope this helps. So once I will launch the game, you will basically see this window. Welcome to play Team A. Team A is a standard name. So you could choose any name, nickname you want. And I choose mine. Let it be anonymous. So I choose my nickname and I push the button go. And once I access the game, I could actually check the game board, zoom in, zoom out, and also check the cards of the threat actors. So here you could access them at any moment of the game you like. Just need to click it and click it again to close the cards. Here the slider, which you could use and see the action cards. For the turn number 1, they haven't been activated because we haven't started playing yet. So this is absolutely fine. You also see the game resources. As I promised, you will have $75K for all 5 turns and 100 abstract time units for the first turn. Then here, if you click here, you will see the news. We don't have anything yet. It's okay. But then you will also have here the ranking of your individual score. So let's try playing as a demo session to understand how the action cards actually work. I will give you for the first turn 5 minutes. You will get the first message here. So once you finish reading your message here, for the first turn, you will have just 1 message, but more and more turns happen, more messages you will have. Now you see that your time is ticking right now. You have 5 minutes for the turn number 1, and you need to decide which action cards to choose. So I will choose this like randomly the first and the second card. And you see that the sum of my cards is now 100 abstract time units, and all the action cards are now deactivated. If I'm okay with my decision, I push the button submit, and I still have the time. And if I am not okay with my decision and would like to change it, I push the button cancel. Let's delete this small card and choose another one. And again, I push the button submit. Once everybody has chosen the cards, I will send you the results. You will have 2 minutes. And let's see the ranking. So I got 165 points after the turn number 1. And you will see here the individual ranking, how much everybody of you will receive after each turn. And here in the news, as I promised, you got the message. It shows you which action cards you selected. And now you have the reporting phase. You would need to read carefully the reports. Basically, I got the 2 messages, depending, of course, on the particular action cards played. It helps you with some tips to understand how better to proceed with the further turns, and thus to win in these games and identify who is being attacking the UN. I hope this is clear for now. As I also mentioned, you could switch between the game board and the action cards. So you could do this at any moment of your game. Let me know if you have any questions so far. Everything is clear, I guess. I will be sending you the actual link in the chat. Just send it. So kindly ask you to copy and paste this link and also to use the incognito mode if possible. Please do not use mobile phone or iPad or any tablet because it wouldn't work. Only laptops and computers would be really good to use for better user experience. I will launch the game right now, so everybody will have the opportunity to choose the nickname. And let me know if anybody has any issues with the game. You could share this in the chat or unmute yourself and let me know. Don't worry, we will wait everyone to join before starting playing. Absolutely. I will send the link once again. So hopefully you could see this. Also, it's better to copy and paste the link in incognito mode or in your browser. Refresh the page if it doesn't work. I see the message, Fabio. Let me send you an individual link, just a second. I will be sending individually the link. So I just sent to Fabio. Fabio, please let me know if this works. And I also see the messages from Corinne and Monica, and we'll send them as well. I sent links to Corinne, Monica, and we'll wait for your feedback if this now works. In the meantime, I see that people have joined the game and really chose interesting nicknames. Super, thank you so much, Fabio. Got your message. And also we'll wait to hear from Monica to make sure that everybody is in the game. Super, thank you so much. So this is the last call. All the rest, please, apologies for this inconvenience. You could use this time to grab a coffee or tea. I just want to make sure that everybody joined. So please let me know if anybody still has any issues. Okay, I got the message. We'll send the link in a second. Last call to everybody. Yeah, they're still hidden. We will start the plan and we'll see if they will appear. It's all good. Super. And I got just the message from the one more participant that did have some issues, and I assume that we could start. I will be sharing my screen again. Good luck to everyone. And we start with the turn number 1. So remember that you are a cyber diplomat, and at the turn number 1, you got a message. It's red alerted from the national IT with a message about the cyber incident at the UN. They're telling you that they spotted a network of flood attacks, DDoS, which are targeted at the services you rely on. They either managed by your national or by the UN IT service team, and some services remain unresponsive. Internal and public mail and digital conference communications which you use are affected. This can create panic, undermine your reputation, and internally hinders your work. So this is the message for the turn number 1. Please proceed to your console. Everybody will have right now 5 minutes for the turn number 1, and your time has just started. Good luck to everyone. Your task to identify which action cards you would like to choose to respond to the message number 1. If you have any questions in the meantime, please do not hesitate to ask in the chat or mute yourself. I'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much, Kendrick, for the question. No, you could actually choose as many cards as you want, but with the 3 conditions. The sum of the cards cannot exceed 100 abstract time units. You also cannot exceed your budget, and you need to follow the actual time. So we got 5 minutes for the first turn, and you need to manage to make the decision before the time runs out. I hope this helps. 1 minute and almost 40 seconds left. I see that some of you already are ready with a decision. This is great, but still you have the time to decide before the time runs out. Please also do not forget to use the glossary. It might help you with some explanation of technical notions you will face. Thirty seconds left. Three, two, one, and I'm stopping the action. So let's see the results. I'm sending you 2 minutes to read the reports. In the meantime, let's see the ranking. Congratulations to someone nicknamed Silence with leading up the turn number 1 with a total score 230, and all the rest really good results. So until we still have the time, 1 minute and 40 seconds. So please read the reports now carefully, because they may have some tips for you to proceed further. Thirty seconds left. Time runs out. I'm stopping the recording phase, and let's proceed to the turn number 2. So again, we'll start with checking the public messages. If we have any. Let's see. I'm sharing my screen. Yes, we do. This time the public message comes from the UNIT. It's red alerted. They also spotted DDoS, which targeted at the UN service. And they also share with you that it's ongoing and intensifying. All communication exchanges have been severely affected. The UNPI service reports that journalists are asking even more questions, but they still don't have any additional information to provide. However, they are working hard to develop the incident response and ask for more time. And at some time, you also got the message from Whirlpool. It's analog to Interpol, red alerted. They identified a message mentioning the ongoing cyber attacks against the UN on a specialized dark web forum, which they assess to be credible. The message includes the UN seems to be under DDoS attack. Their security is bad. I hacked them. It's all public messages for the turn number 2. You may have some individual messages in your console, so please do not forget to check them as well. And I'm sending you 4 minutes for the turn number 2, and good luck to you, everyone. Your time has just started. One minute left. I see that most of you already decided about the action cards, but still you need the time. You still have the time, so please hurry up. Ten seconds left. 5, 3, 1, and I'm stopping the action phase. I hope you managed to choose the action cards. For now, let's again to check the results and see the reports. I'm sending you 2 minutes. And we see again, silence is leading after the turn number 2. Congratulations. And also congrats to all the rest. I see that really good results. By the way, do not get set too fast if you're not really happy with your result. We still have 3 more turns, and the situation, usually as it happened, may actually change significantly. So for now, please read the reports, and then we will proceed with the turn number 3. Five seconds left. 2, 1, and I'm stopping the recording phase. So let's proceed with the turn number 3, and let's check first if we have any public news. Yes, we do. Again, it comes from the UNIT, and they sharing with you that DDoS attack is ongoing and affecting now all IT services at the UN. So it's no longer only your delegation dealing with the DDoS. Entire services in the UN have been affected as well. And now the risk is that some critical digital information is not reachable anymore, because supporting services and network devices are becoming flooded by the DDoS network communications as well. And at some time, you also got the report from the UN press service colleagues, and they share with you that newspapers which feature multiple articles and cite unnamed sources in Republia. Republia is one of the countries in our fictional reality. They declare that White Horse, a NAPIT group that allegedly has origins from Balkania, is conducting offensive cyber operations against the UN. Journalists report that relations between Republia and the suspected country of origin of White Horse are becoming strained, but of course, Republia might have its own agenda here. I can't say you if this information is really helpful or something to distract you. So, but we proceed with the turn number 3, and you have 4 minutes. Good luck to everyone. Please choose the action cards to respond to these messages. Almost 2 minutes left, so please hurry up. 30 seconds left. Five, 3, 2, 1, and I'm stopping the action right now. So let's proceed to the results, and I'm sending you 2 minutes. Okay, congratulations to Silence again, leading up the turn number 3. It's really impressive. Congrats, with a total score of 520. We also see a new number 2, Kylie, with a total score of 495. All the rest, congrats. You still have the time to read the reports, and then we will proceed to the turn number 4. Thirty seconds left. 2, 1, and I'm stopping the recording phase. So let's proceed to the turn number 4, and let's check again the public news, which will be common for all. Yes, we do have the message from the UNIT. It's red alerted, but they share with you that DDoS attack suddenly stops. No one really understands why. The communication exchanges within the UN are working as they should, so everything is now perfect again. At the same time, the investigation by the UN member state has revealed that the servers that were used for the DDoS attack were located in Fook Island. I don't know if it's helpful information or not, or something to distract you, but you again have 4 minutes and your time has just started. Good luck to everyone. Please do not forget to check your individual messages in the console, because they might also have some really useful tips for you to proceed further. By the way, let us know, please, if 2 minutes for reading the reports enough or not really would be really helpful for your feedback. Your final 1 minute. So please hurry up. I see that some of you have not decided yet. Five seconds. 3, 2, 1, and I'm stopping the action phase. So sending you 2 minutes. And again, let's check the score. Oh, congratulations. As I promised, it is now significantly changed. We now have Kali leading up the Detroit number 4 with a total score 645. Elsa, Silence, congrats to you and all the rest. So before moving to the final turn in this game, please read the reports. And then we will proceed in 1 minute, 30 seconds. Your last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and I'm stopping the reporting phase. So let's proceed to the final turn. And let's check first if we have any public news. No public news at the turn number 5, but you may have some individual messages. Do not forget, please, to check them as well. And I'm launching final 4 minutes. And good luck to everyone. Final 1 minute. Ten seconds left. 2, 1, and I'm stopping the action phase. So let's see the final score, and I'm sending you 2 minutes. Okay, congratulations to Kali for total score 895. Eza, Silence, Kendrick, Team M, and all the rest. Really, really good job. But this is not the end. We have bonuses, and the bonuses might change the situation. So while you're still reading your final reports, I'd like to explain you what the bonuses are and for which cases we designed the bonuses. So I'm sharing my screen again. So the bonus part, we specifically thought, keeping in mind that this is a capacity building virtual exercise and also security focused game training, we also thought to give bonuses for really good security decisions that you may take throughout the 5 turns. Right now, you see the examples of such cases. I'm not going to read all of them, of course, but just will probably share with you some of them. So for instance, if you decided to investigate DDoS by examining all available clues, by checking all the and picking all the action cards for that, you will get 20 points. If you, for instance, remediated the perpetual blue-based malware incident, at the very beginning, you will also get 20 points. What's really important for us as those who try to design this game, if you will get the bold highlighted message / bonus. So if you decided to follow all possible steps to conduct the technical attribution and investigation, including sharing the results afterwards with the other states, you will also get 20 points, but it's really important for us to know if you get this bold highlighted message. So please let us know in the chat. It would be really, really interesting to know. For some cases, we also design anti-bonuses to thus highlight which decisions will not be considered really secure, security-wise good decisions. So for instance, if you decided to subscribe to a standard internet access provider to create free and quick mail accounts, but they will not be secure, especially for you as a cyber diplomat and for your confidential digital data. Yes, it will help you to get rid of DDoS quite quickly and forget about this for the time being. But again, working in a government and working in the UN, it will not be a really security-wise decision. Then if you also decided to pay ransom, if you actually faced ransomware, please do not pay ransom, because paying ransom doesn't guarantee that you will have your data decrypted. But if you did, you will be deducted minus 20 points. And finally, if you decided to blame publicly several APT threat actors without any evidence, meaning that you didn't play any action cards before, that will help you to launch any technical investigation and get any clues or pieces of evidence, but you just randomly decided to blame all APT actors at one turn, it will also be deducted minus 20 points, because we thought that it will be a step that would most likely lead to further escalation and confusion among international community. I'm now sending you the bonuses, and let's again check the final score. So well, the situation hasn't changed significantly. Congratulations to Kale for winning the game. I really hope that you're satisfied with your results. If you wish to reveal yourself, please feel free to do so in the chat. If you do not, no pressure, of course. By the way, I also forgot to mention that the nicknames that you use will be automatically generated in the certificates, which I will send in a moment. But also, if you wish to have certificates with your real name, we'll also be able to do so. For now, we'd like to proceed with the part when actually the entire scenario will be unveiled. And I'd like to share with you what specifically has happened with you during the 5 turns. And again, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to write them down. We will be happy to also, during the debrief session, which Vlada would lead, to respond to your questions or any feedback you might have. So now is the part when we'll actually like to share with you what has happened, what was specifically you were dealing with. And before that, just a quick reminder that your goal was to ensure international stability and peace. You had to go through several steps. Of course, keeping in mind the technical attribution is the key priority within this game for you. Actually, throughout the whole game, you were dealing with the 4 cyber incidents with the DDoS, hacktivist, APT, and ransomware. The DDoS attack was the obvious one. Everybody knew about this from the very beginning, but the attack ended as surprisingly as it started. This is definitely was hindering your work. It was causing some chaos, but it was not really a big deal. No intrusion was involved, and you could find ways to keep working despite the DDoS. In any case, criminals are rarely fools, so they work with a purpose, and this attack could have been actually a smokescreen for the real attack. The hacktivist. The attack was conducted a long time ago by a lone hacker who exploited a very old vulnerability but left a backdoor unattended that could still be leveraged by malicious actors. You could learn about this attack by investigating the affected mail service by the DDoS from the very beginning. The APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, this is the most serious attack and important attack for you to consider because it's sophisticated and offers attackers the ability to spy on confidential data that your delegation and broadly other delegations within the UN have. You could find out about this conducting and security audit from the very beginning actually would help you to understand where the intrusion took place and what's actually you've been dealing with. And finally, ransomware. This is the full attack that your delegation have been dealing throughout all 5 turns. This is an absolutely independent attack. Unfortunately, this might happen with everyone. And it has been made possible now again out of the negligence when some users open phishing emails. Secretly, some secret reveals all the action cards have been split into 2 groups, effective actions and you'd better done actions. We also call them simplistically bad and a good cards because those cards that were effective actions, they were designed to help you with the investigation, mediation, and finally collecting pieces of the evidence for technical attribution. You'd better done cards, those cards were also specifically designed to bother you, to make your situation worse, to distract you, and thus lead the situation to less stability in cyberspace. To give you an idea how this concept of the good and the bad cards work, so this is just an illustration at the turn number 1. You see that at this turn, cards 2, 4, and 5 were considered as effective actions because if you, for instance, request forensic investigations of the affected by the DDoS mail service, it will help you understand why actually DDoS were possible, where the vulnerability existed, and from which IP addresses the DDoS might come. The requesting assistance from the private sector with the security audit, short and an ad hoc one, would be also quite a good decision because at the very beginning, you will probably get a bigger picture, technical picture, where the intrusion took place, if there was any data has been leaked, if there is any data breach happened, and broadly to help you understand what you've been dealing with. The card number 3, preparing PR statement, at the turn number 1, we thought that it would not be really a good decision because at the very first moment you don't have what you've been dealing with. You just got a message from your national IT that there's a DDoS. You don't have any further information. You still don't have any fact-checking if other delegations in the UN have been dealing with the DDoS as well. So going public with answering questions from journalists will not satisfy them and will provide more escalation of the situation. Another illustration that some combination of the cards also could be considered as not really effective solution. So for instance, cards 24 and 25, if played together at one turn, will not be really a good decision. Why? Well, because you cannot ask to investigate ransomware if you ask also to clean up at the same time. But playing those cards at a different turns would be actually a good decision that help you with the ransomware investigation further. How could you learn about the APT attack? Well, basically, this is the path, sort of the step-by-step. How could you learn about the attack that you've been dealing actually with a really sophisticated attack? At the turn number 1, as I mentioned, it's really good if you decided to conduct a security audit and understand why there has been the DDoS happen, if any deep intrusion took place, what part of the computers and servers have been affected, those that are managed by your nationality or those managed by the UN IT service team. At the turn number 2, you have this knowledge. You also go with the analysis of a malware because you know that there's been vulnerability exploited by the malware. You purchase threat intelligence report on this perpetuable-based malware to learn who have been affecting and using this malware in the past, which particular threat actors. You share these results with the other delegations as a sort of due diligence and probably to get some threat intelligence in response. to advance your investigation in this regard. At the turn number 3, you'll learn that this might be coincidence that some threat actors in the past have been exploited the same vulnerability. So you wanted to double check if this coincidence or not. You could go to the expert and ask them. He will tell you that it's not a coincidence for sure. And then by turn number 4, you learn that this was a white horse APT threat actor. You could decide to go with the public attribution because it's your sovereign right as the delegation. The turn number 4 is absolutely optional card because I mentioned that the goal of this game was technical attribution. So playing the card number 19 doesn't increase your score, doesn't lower your score. But it was among the possible options as well. Hacktivist attack. How could you learn about this? At the turn number 1, if you decide to convene the UN cyber emergency meeting to understand if anyone in the UN have been also affected by the DDoS, you also ask the forensic investigation. You go with the deeper forensic investigation in turn number 2 to get the list of IP addresses. You know that those IP addresses are located in Vulcania. You ask Vulcania's assistance to identify malicious addresses. If Vulcania helps you at the turn number 4, you also ask their local law enforcement to help with the cybercrime investigation. And you learn that as a Just a Pop hacktivist, a lone hacker who indeed intruded into the UN system, left the backdoor, but didn't really create any damage further. We don't know why, maybe he just lost the interest. Again,
I'm not quite sure what the answer to that question is, but I hope that will be the case.
Okay.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
To you all. We are still waiting for some panelists to join, I think. Welcome to this session. My name is Jonathan Charles. I'm the Managing Director of Communications at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And for many years, I was a BBC presenter and foreign correspondent. So this is our high-level leaders panel of the 16th Annual Internet Governance Forum. And for the next few minutes, we're going to be guiding ourselves through a session which is answering the question, global economic recovery, where are we at? We're joined by our panel, some of whom are in Katowice, Poland, others are joining online. The fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the need to take concerted action to revive the stifled global economy and unlock growth factors in both developed and developing countries. Global economic growth was uneven even before the pandemic, of course, as was progress on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Countries now have a chance to leverage the economic recovery as an opportunity towards sustainable and inclusive development, and the digital economy can play a fundamental role as an enabler of opportunities for human development and economic improvement. The importance of investing in information and communication technologies and making them available to all segments of populations is one of the lessons of the recovery. ICTs offer opportunities to both developed and developing countries as accelerators towards high value-added information economies that can offer equitable and sustained growth for all. At the same time, the ongoing global digital divide risks becoming the new face of global inequality. This is a pressing challenge, and closing the gap must be a top priority. So the panel is going to discuss an approach to data, platform-driven services, and disruptive technologies. How can that pave the way to economic recovery and sustainable development. So let's begin our discussion. I will introduce the panelists, some of whom I think are still joining. And I think with us from Slovenia is Boštjan Koritnik, the Minister of Public Administration. Perhaps you would like to say a few words to start our debate, Boštjan Koritnik.
Hello, I just feel honored to be invited to this great panel, and I must apologize up front. I will have to leave early, so the technical difficulties will have some impact. So please proceed. I won't take any more time. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps you could give a few words though on how you see the issues that we're facing.
Well, first, as for the lessons learned, I would say that in just a year and a half, the COVID-19 pandemic has radically changed the role and perception of digitalization in our societies and economies, and accelerated its pace. Digital technologies are now imperative for working, learning, entertaining, socializing, shopping, and accessing everything from health service to culture. And they offer immense opportunities for improving service delivery, participatory processes, and engagement with our citizens. The pandemic has also taught our governments to what extent it is possible to make better decisions with the use of data, and data already used as a key resource for startups and small and medium-sized businesses and for the development of their products and services. And therefore, we should further support the implementation of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and the blockchain. As I mentioned, accelerated digitalization has brought us many benefits, but it has also exposed the weaknesses of our digital space, accentuated the global digital divide, and the impact of disinformation on our democratic societies. And therefore, we should pay attention that these technologies are trustworthy, human-centric, and focused on fundamental rights and values. And finally, in order to make the digital transformation successful, we should not only invest in new technologies and connectivity, but above all in people and their skills to be able to use these technologies.
Thank you very much indeed for the moment. Now, I think some of our panelists are on site in Katowice. I'm hoping that Iyad Mohammed Al-Khatib is there, the Minister of Communications and Technology from the Syrian Arab Republic. Can you hear me? And if you can, perhaps you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Good evening, good day, everyone. I'm so pleasure to be with you in these meetings. As you know, the pandemic now is of Corona is attacked the world. We heard about the fourth wave or 5 waves of Corona pandemic, which called Omicron. What the lesson we learned from the coronavirus after 2019, all the cities around the world is locked down. So the big challenge which the government faces is how we collect all the vital resources and infrastructure for the citizens in their homes. The internet is contributed and remain to availability and reliability 24 hours per day, 7 days a week for the humanities in his cities, in his homes. The rush traffic has moved from the road in the cities to the internet. So a huge traffic in the internet has been done. So the big challenge now and the big solve now we need to build huge infrastructure of telecommunications and network and internet networks for accommodate the traffic which came from the humanities. That's why we need to spend a lot of huge investments to build these networks. By the other way also, the digital services imposed from the coronavirus is the powerful element for the digital economic. Why? Because the development of digital services is so fast and grow so fast in compare of traditional economic. Thank you very much, Mr. Charles.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And also, I think, on site in Katowice is Janusz Szyszynski, the Secretary of State for Digital Affairs at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister and Government Plenipotentiary for Cybersecurity of Poland. Janusz Szyszynski, are you there?
Yes, I am. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to Katowice. The ones that are here on the ground, I would like to welcome the most, but also everyone who is online. It's too bad that you couldn't be here, but it's great that we can speak. Thanks to the technology that has changed the way the world looks, and I think, and the recent months, years showed that something which and just a few years back, we would say, oh, people can't come, well, then we'll call it off. And actually, the first IGF was called off due to pandemic reasons. And now, it's probably not the first, not the second, not probably even the 10th event that you will be all participating in online. And I think that this shows how the world has changed very rapidly, actually. And when we talk about public policy, usually the horizon for change is decades, maybe a few years in some matters. And here we have proved that it's possible to change the world very, very quickly, and that the change can affect our lives in the matter of months, 1.5 years or so. And why is that possible? And why I think that it's so important that this is a part of the United Nations agenda? Because technology and the internet is something which has extremely significant economies of scale, uncomparable to other infrastructure investment and other things that we want to do to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And this has shown that, of course, there's some investment to be made, but once it is made, we can use it towards so many good goals and so many important things that we can then copy and share and provide to billions of people across the globe. So this is why I believe that the digital transformation is something which will drastically increase the speed at which we will be able to achieve these goals. And I'm very, very happy that we can now say that what, well, probably some futurologists have said before, that this is what's going to change the world. Now we can say that it was true, and that there is limitless possibilities to more things that we can do. And I'm very, very happy that we are here to talk about it, and I hope that this event, which is in Katowice, in a very important part of Polish history, is actually a 100% global event, because people that participate in it don't necessarily have to be here. So a warm welcome to everyone, and I hope we'll have a very interesting panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you're absolutely right. I was hoping to be with you in Katowice today. Sadly, I can't due to the UK government self-isolation restrictions at this end. So, of course, I'm joining you online. Now, before we hear directly live from some panelists, we have a video message from Armida Salcia Alice-Yabana, who is the Executive Secretary of UNESCO. Maybe we don't have a video message. Let's see what's going to happen. Just give it a second.
Excellencies, distinguished panelists and delegates, allow me to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Liu, USG of DESA, for inviting me to speak at the 2021 Internet Governance Forum. I welcome the opportunity to share once again perspective from Asia and the Pacific at this forum. The Asia-Pacific region in 2030 will be a vastly different place to what it is now, and digital connectivity will be a driving force. Every day we witness how emerging technologies are rapidly transforming our development paradigms, bringing new sources of added value to production and consumption patterns and the way societies operate. Applications of new technologies enabled by affordable and reliable digital connectivity for all can act as accelerators toward inclusive digital societies. Furthermore, as the very recent emergence of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus shows, the pandemic is not going away soon, and digital will continue to have an important meaning as many of our activities remain in virtual mode. Of key concern is that Asia and the Pacific remains the most digitally divided region in the world. While the region has a number of world leaders in technology innovation, more than half of its 4.1 billion people remain offline. Less than 5% of the region's population has access to high-speed and affordable internet, while countries in special situations face even more challenges in their pathways to digital connectivity. A further concern hampering today's recovery is that the digital divide may be widening during the pandemic. For example, early data shows that investment in next-generation networks appear to be falling short of projections. The digital divide that emerged during the pandemic related to access, speed, gender, and rural isolation are deepening socioeconomic inequalities in new ways. Nevertheless, new opportunities are springing up from these challenges. Allow me to highlight three. First, on the supply side, the region has a critical window of opportunity to scale up investment in digital connectivity infrastructure and digital technologies. There is ample evidence that when the COVID-19 pandemic intensified in 2020, digital technologies in some countries, such as China, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and Singapore, helped to mitigate cluster outbreaks while gaining the public's trust by sharing credible information in real time. Second, in terms of the demand side, investment in digital literacy and capacity will have significant net benefits for innovation. Digital education for lifelong learning, with attention to the needs of children and youth at the forefront, but also vulnerable groups such as the aged and disabled, has taken on a new urgency for an inclusive digital society. In this regard, ESCAP and DESA have promoted regulatory sandboxes and policy experimentation for innovative deployments of digital technologies. We thank DESA for this partnership and look forward to further strengthening our joint work on promoting digital governance ecosystems. Third, there is an opportunity to strengthen global and regional cooperation and partnership with governments, business sector, and social groups. Only by working together will we ensure that these technological breakthroughs work for the economy, society, and environment in an inclusive and sustainable manner. In this regard, ESCAP is working with member states to develop a practical action plan for implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway initiative from 2022 to 2026. The action plan consists of 3 pillars with 25 actions centered on connectivity for all, digital technologies and applications, and digital data. This action plan will serve as a blueprint for regional cooperative actions, and we look forward to collaborating with you all, including DESA and other partners of our UN system and international organizations, to bring universal digital connectivity and digital transformation to a more inclusive digital society. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Let's go live now back to Katowice. There should be Liu Zhenmin, who is the Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Liu Zhenmin, how do you see where we are right now?
Thank you, Jonathan, for moderating this panel discussion on global economic recovery. I also join my panelists in thanking all the participants here. Also, I want to take this opportunity, because this is my first appearance at the 16th IGF in Katowice, to, on behalf of the United Nations, welcome all participants to the 16th IGF in Katowice. We are now convening this IGF, 16th IGF in hybrid format, but we're encouraging more participants in person in the city. Dear colleagues, I think it be, of course, this global pandemic has been affecting the world and disrupted the life of the human beings for almost 2 years. So last year, in 2020, we had to convene the IGF entirely virtual. But this is also due to the help of the digital technology. But this year, we are able to convene this hybrid in hybrid. It means that there is some progress of recovery. But I want to share with all the participants that my department, UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UN DESA, is one of the entities looking after the global economic forecasting. Our latest analysis indicates that the economic growth is projected to expand by 5.6% in 2021, following a contraction of 3.6% in 2020. But it means that there's a slow recovery. It means that a number of countries, they have enjoyed the growth in 2021, but challenge that this growth is uneven. Our latest data indicates that about half of the UN membership, it means that around 100 countries, their economic growth will not go back to their 2019 levels, that pre-pandemic levels in this year. So it means that we should take still another year to get to the full recovery, depending on the progress of the mitigation of the pandemic. So this would be the scenario we are going to confront in 2021, but we should not lose our confidence. But what we need to learn from 2021, that what has made this progress for recovery. First, vaccination. You will see around the world, for those countries, they have a very good progress in vaccination. I think they also have enjoyed good progress in recovery, in economic growth. Because the vaccination help people to get into work, help people to get into life, also for consumption. Second, the investment. I think that for the past year, or even before, since 2020, for those countries who have been capable to invest with the stimulus, package of stimulus plans, I think they helped for economic recovery. But for those countries, they have limited capacity for investment. I think, of course, their recovery has been slow. Especially the case for countries of special situations and the middle-income countries, not to see the LDC countries and African countries. So investment is a big issue. So third, I think that of course, we really have seen from past 2 years that this is the level of access to digital technology. I think digital technology has helped the world to be connected, to survive from the pandemic. I want to help the countries to recover. But this is uneven. We're still around half of population, 3.7 billion global population have no access to internet, to digital technology. It means these people are not being benefited to e-learning, e-commerce, as well as e-education, I think e-medical service, and all the digital service. I think for those countries, they also can be slow in recovery. It means that digital technology has been important contributor to the global recovery. So what we need to learn from this recovery, current recovery, also from pandemic, that in the coming year, we need to encourage all countries to reinforce their efforts. First, to have the global vaccination. G20 has responded and supported the initiative by WHO to have to ensure that by 70% of the global population in each country to be vaccinated by mid of 2022. I think this must be achieved. This must be achieved. Only this objective achieved, the world would be relieved from the current pandemic. I think it'd be detrimental to the global recovery, because you know now it'll be because international connection has been really seriously affected. International travel has been affected. International tourism entirely damaged. So global chain has been affected. Global chain supply has been affected. So we must ensure that this vaccination be ensured globally by mid of next year. Second, we encourage all countries to reinforce their efforts for investment. Investment not only in infrastructure, but also in how to keep the small business alive. Because for many countries, small and business, they are the main sources for attracting and providing the employment. So because the employment becomes most serious issue, most serious social issue in all countries. So that's, I think, we need to be only when we could keep to increase the employment in all countries, then we could avoid a social crisis in the third year of the pandemic. At the same time, investment also to be reinforced to help those countries which are affecting this kind of a debt crisis. Now already I think 44% of this debt affecting countries that be facing kind of challenge, that be even the risk of debt default. So we need to ensure that in the coming months, we can help these countries. That's why the IGF has initiated a new plan for the new amount for special joint rights. I think Secretary General Antonio Guterres has appealed that for those countries they don't need the share of our special joint rights, should be contribute this share to other countries which need. So avoid the kind of debt crisis or liquidity crisis for some countries is also critical. So globally, we need to avoid although we already had very serious historical unprecedented economic crisis, but we need to avoid kind of a financial crisis. I think this of course third area, through this IGF, we need to promote and encourage member states to find a way how to narrow down this digital gap. Especially for those countries we have already left behind in digital technology. I think we really need international support and international help. So for the United Nations, we want to make good use of this 16th IGF in Katowice to appeal to all the people in the world, support vaccination. Vaccinate yourself is vaccinate your family. And help your family, help yourself, and help the world, help all your countries. Only when this world or vaccinated, we should get back to the normal life, to the pre-pandemic period. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Liu Jianmin. A very important message indeed there. Right, let's hear now from the Director of the International Telecommunication Union, Doreen Bogdan-Martin. Doreen, how do you see where we are right now?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I'm assuming you can hear me.
I can.
Super. And of course, a special thanks to our host, the government of Poland. This is a very timely discussion. So where are we in terms of lessons learned? I'd like to focus on perhaps just two. And I guess the first, and this picks up from previous speakers, is the vital role of digital connectivity. And of course, the wide disparity in digital access and use. Just last week, ITU launched our new connectivity figures, where we saw that COVID actually contributed to an unprecedented global connectivity boost. The number of internet users grew by 17% over the last 2 years. Of course, this is the biggest increase that we saw in over a decade. But of course, there's the flip side, as the Undersecretary General has just mentioned. We have 2.9 billion people, or 37% of the world's population, that have still never, ever connected to the internet, which of course means that throughout this pandemic, they have been excluded from education, from employment, from getting information, and of course, other services. On top of that, the 4.9 billion that we count now as connected are actually many of them struggling with connectivity that's perhaps too infrequent, too expensive, too slow, or too hard to access. And of course, many of those that we count as unconnected are those that actually need connectivity the most. So that brings me to my second point, which is the big scope for partnerships to dramatically change the connectivity picture. COVID has shown us what we can achieve when we work together. Of course, vaccines is a great example, as the Undersecretary General has just stressed. At the ITU, we rolled out our Reg for COVID platform when lockdowns began. It's a platform that enabled governments, regulators, operators to share experiences. I think what impressed me the most, what inspired me, was that we saw this incredible level of camaraderie by the industry to keep up with the unprecedented demand. From the data that we got, we saw challenges that all countries must tackle for successful recovery. So as we look to the future, we need to continue to address the digital divide. We need to continue to invest in digital infrastructure. We need to continue to promote ongoing digital transformation. And of course, we need to build digital resilience to face future crises. And just like the COVID challenge, the global connectivity challenge is simply too large for any single entity to take on. I do want to encourage you to join us this afternoon. We have a session on our Partner to Connect digital coalition, which is a coalition to connect the world. We see it as a big game changer that will bring a whole of society approach, pull together different parties, galvanize available resources, and also focus on concrete pledges and commitments. And you can learn more about that, as I mentioned in our session this afternoon. Jonathan, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Doreen, and we'll be hearing from you again a little later on. Let's go now to Simonetta Di Pippo, the Director of the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs. Again, how do you see where we stand right now?
So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. And the moment is particularly, timely, this event, because yes, on one side, COVID-19, I would say another of the among plenty of challenges that we as humanity have to face. In reality, the Office for Outer Space Affairs, as you know, is an office of the Secretariat dealing with all space affairs in the UN. And we really strive to bring the benefits of space to everyone. And in doing so, clearly, connectivity is one of the topics we are dealing with a certain attention. And I have to say, as was mentioned also by other colleagues in this panel discussion, well, sometimes we collectively need a crisis to look at potential solutions, which were there already, available, at least from technological standpoint, but we were, a little bit struggling in trying to bring it through the channels in the various systems, in particular when we talk about developing and emerging countries. So in a way, COVID-19 helped us in pushing a little bit the connectivity agenda. But allow me to remind everyone that the Secretary General was instrumental in dealing with, digital cooperation, the digital cooperation report, in particular for what the Office for Outer Space Affairs is concerned, recommendation 1A, when we talk about connectivity everywhere, and where obviously mega constellations of satellites have a role to play. And we are dealing a lot with this, trying to support the Secretary General also in preparation of the Common Agenda Summit of the Future that he called for September 2023, where I see connectivity across the board, the main 7 high-level tracks part of the Summit of the Future. Last but not least, space, and in particular space economy, is, and in particular, the part of space economy which is on the downstream, which means how to use space-based data and infrastructure to improve the quality of life on Earth. Well, for sure, and I would like to underline sure, the space needs to be considered more and more as an accelerator for the accomplishment, the achievement of the SDGs. And as was mentioned several times, partnership is key. And I would like to underline again that SDG number 17 is exactly partnerships for the goals. And this can be applied to what we are discussing here. So thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. And let's start to dig a little deeper. With us in Katowice is Teki Akwete-Falconer, the founder and executive director of the Africa Digital Rights Hub. Perhaps I can ask you, what do you see as the challenges impeding the achievement of the UN SDGs as a result of this pandemic?
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think that if there's any emphasis that COVID-19 has given to all of us, is the fact that the entire world is more connected than we have made ourselves to be. The biggest challenge, as we saw with COVID, especially in my community, is that it emphasized the importance of technology and also emphasized the digital divide that continues to exist in communities like Africa. I could clearly see, even with policies that were implemented in my country, how the poverty line will continue to increase without adequate information on how to target the poor. I could see how poverty increased, how hunger was then extended to the more vulnerable, because even distribution of resources, could not be targeted to the most vulnerable. It definitely affected good health and quality of education. I always share an example of, and I live in the city where there's a young boy I was helping. However, within the period of the COVID, he had to drop out of school because he did not have access to the technological tools that would enable him connect. So whilst the importance of technology is being emphasized in all of these, it is also showing the big gap that continues to exist between the rich and the poor. And we are even seeing that in the extent of, the distribution of vaccines and all of that. But if there's anything that I would love to talk about here, is the importance of the fact that, you know, we are not an island, and no community is isolated from the other. As we have seen with the spread of COVID from one end of the earth throughout the earth, and we've seen how it impacts, it is very important that we ensure that no one is left behind. And in order to do this, we need to ensure that our countries are collaborating, industry is collaborating, and civil society and everyone else that is important is brought in to ensure that we meet the SDGs. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, and we'll hear from you again a little later. Bosjan Karitnik, I know you have to go in a minute, but I'd like to ask you one thing. We were hearing a little bit about what the obstacles might be on SDGs. What do you see as the obstacles standing in the way of digitalization, further acceleration of digitalization?
I firmly believe that connectivity plays an important role in accelerating digital transformation, if I may add to what the other panelists also emphasized. And in the past months, we have learned that being connected is not a matter of choice or preference, but a necessity that enables us to go to school, work, and communicate with the outside world. I believe it is essential to improve the broadband coverage and ensure the security of the 5G network. So we should do our utmost to ensure that digital connectivity is developed in a manner based on trust and transparency. Significant investments will be needed in the future to achieve connectivity goals, and this can be done in the form of more intensive cooperation between the public and private sector. We should make large-scale infrastructure investments attractive to the private sector, and we need to provide equal access to ICT, foster the development of necessary skills, and ensure the inclusion of vulnerable groups such as disabled and the elderly. Only by doing that, we can enable equal connectivity for all. As the Slovenian Minister for Public Administration, I am happy to say we are fostering connectivity. For example, we are constructing next generation broadband networks in white spot areas. We are co-financing with public funds broadband networks in areas where operators have no market interest. And also, we are ambitious when it comes to smart cities and communities. We want them to unify solutions in terms of data opening and interoperability, and are prepared to help them with financial incentives. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak at this great panel, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You stay healthy as well. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Minister. I know you have to go. We have about 6 minutes left. We have to end on time at 12 o'clock. I'd like to turn to Iyad Mohammed Al-Khatib, the Minister of Communications and Technology at the Syrian Arab Republic. Iyad Mohammed Al-Khatib, what do you think is standing in the way of the achievement of the UN SDGs because of this crisis?
Thanks again. I think we will face many challenges, especially for the government, for achieve the SDGs goals. But I will take and explain about the 3 items of them. The biggest one and first one, as my colleague mentioned, the infrastructure. The infrastructure must be strong and must be power for accommodate all the traffic which come from the citizens when the city is locked. We need to install many digital platforms. By these platforms, can the governments produce many of services produced from the citizens, especially for e-learning and e-health and e-employee also. The other item in the same infrastructure, we need to explain and install. We need to install a huge telecommunications networks and expand all the networks sectors for accommodate the traffic from the citizens. The two items of challenge we are talking about the content, digital content. We need to improve, we need to accelerate the digital content on the web for e-health, for e-business, for e-commerce. That's why we need to spread new digital transactions. All the citizens must be learned about the digital transactions. The third one, I will mention about the very important things, which is the human resource skills, especially for humans, employees, not for private sector only, also for all the nation sector, private and government sectors. All the employees must be has skills which mean change the mentality of how handle the transactions. So I think, in my opinion, I think we need to create a new curricula oriented to the students in schools and university. That's why it means digital adaptations. Digital adaptations is very important for the human resources and for human employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left, so I'd like to ask you some quick fire answers now. And what I'd like to ask you all, a large number of the world's population still aren't using the internet, as we heard today. What in your view then can be done? One thing that can be done to really accelerate that digitalization, to unlock the internet for all. Really a quick fire answer of just one thing. Wee Jin Men, perhaps I can ask you as Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Wee Jin Men, one thing that would accelerate digitalization.
Of course, reinforce international cooperation, definitely. When we're talking about digitalization, we should not forget that in our world today, there's still close to 800 million people in this world that no access to electricity. For those people, no electricity, what sense talking about the digitalization? That's why I think for access to technology, for electricity, I also think access to digital technology, we need really international cooperation. That's why I think reinforcing the North-South cooperation, South-South cooperation as a triangular cooperation would be critical. To achieve that objective, we really need to reinforce the international coordination, international coordinated action. That's why I think the United Nations could play an important role, but we need the support of member states. That's why we're appealing the support of member states as well as other stakeholders in the next few years to really to help the poor, help developing countries to ensure the access of digital technology and to have the global access of the internet. Thank you.
Wee Jin Men, thank you very much indeed. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, one thing, what would the ITU like to see?
Thank you. Very difficult. So assuming that we're tackling the barriers on infrastructure, skills, connectivity, content, local language, my one thing would be to take a whole of government approach to digitization.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much indeed. Simonetta De Pippo, one thing.
Yeah, even shorter, we need to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs. And in order to do so, space is there to support this process and trying really to be the center across the board, the 17 SDGs for all governments and all the stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Teki Akwete Falconer, one thing.
I would say access, and for me, access means making the cost affordable, building capabilities, and then also ensuring we have the right infrastructure. And the most important is that whilst we are talking about the people who need access in this room, we have to make sure we engage with them to know what access means to them as well.
Thank you very much. And finally, Janusz Szynski, one thing.
I did some back of the envelope calculations, and I think we need 100 billion euros every year to pay for 3 billion people to have internet access. I think that's totally manageable, and these are the financials that will make it possible to deliver this on a market basis. And 100 billion euros, when you look back on pandemic finance, well, it's 100% obvious that this is something which is achievable to the global economy. So 100 billion euros.
Okay, it sounds small when you say it quickly. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to all of our panel for engaging. Apologies, by the way, for the technical difficulties at the start, which delayed our start, but to everybody watching, thanks for sparing the time. Bye.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to this high-level leaders track session. I'm Biana Magbitang from the Philippines. I head the digital team of the ABS-CBN News Channel, an English language cable news network in the Philippines. I also manage Asian programs for Climate Tracker. We are a nonprofit organization helping journalists to write better climate stories. It's a very humbling experience to actually be here, marrying both of the sectors. I'm very, very passionate about technology and sustainability. Coming from Glasgow, I guess the major takeaway I can say, like experiencing COP26, is that we really need to act now to secure a greener tomorrow. And there are so many models we can get inspiration from. So today we will discuss the future of the world we live in. How do we create cities that are smarter, greener, more livable, and more efficient? And what is the role of technology in urban development? So I would like to invite all our panelists to please turn their cameras as we begin the session. Okay, so in no particular order, I would like to welcome our speakers joining us from on-site. Mr. Peter Ochko, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade of Czech Republic. Mr. Marius Kiba, the Deputy Mayor of Katowice.
Hello to everyone.
Also joining us, Mr. Herr Baron, the Chief Technology Officer of the City of Amsterdam. And joining us online, Mr. Yuji Sasaki, Vice Minister for Policy of Coordination of Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Mr. David Jensen, Coordinator of the Digital Transformation Task Force of the United Nations Environment Program. He is also the co-champion of the Coalition for Digital Environment Sustainability, or CODES. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Marta Suarez, President of Dynamic Spectrum Alliance. We have quite a diverse and global panel with us. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon from where you're from. I know we don't have a lot of time here, so I'd like to begin. I'd like to ask our panelists to address this statement. Sustainable or smart cities should base their strategic plans on digitization, not only on existing best practices, but also on new innovative solutions. Let's begin with Mr. Yuji Sasaki of Japan. If you can, Mr. Yuji, if you can please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Digital Garden City Nation Initiative, which is a new policy in the current administration, aimed at realizing sustainable and inclusive society with no one left behind by reducing the gaps between cities and rural areas through prioritizing rural regions in digitalization. The plan for this initiative is still under consideration, but we believe in addition to deploying digital solutions in regions, it will be important to improve regional digital infrastructure to facilitate capacity building of human resources with digital skills and to provide support to disadvantaged people such as elderly. And so we are already promoting some projects in agriculture, construction and manufacturing sectors as local key industries. For example, in agriculture sector, there are some smart agriculture projects using cultivation environment data, geographical data, and robots such as drones, and automation of agricultural work through remote monitoring and control of tractors and other agricultural machines. Over closed private 5G mobile network called local 5G network. In construction sector, there is a project implementing remote control of construction machine in dangerous construction sites. In manufacturing sector, we are working with local small and medium-sized factories to achieve labor saving and quality improvement, and utilizing innovative solutions with high-definition video, AI image analysis, and local 5G network to automate visual confirmation of commercial products in the assembly and inspection process, and to conduct quality check remotely. In addition to utilizing existing best practices, we believe it is essential to implement innovative solutions with a strategic plan to strengthen infrastructure development, human resource capacity building, and user literacy enhancement, so that everyone can achieve well-being by using digital technologies wherever she or he resides. Thank you.
Thank you for that, UJ. I'd like to call in Mr. David Jensen next.
Sure, thank you so much. This is a great question, and then I really couldn't agree with it more. This is a huge challenge for big public sector institutions. I think path dependency and lock-in for specific digital solutions is a really big problem we all face. We face this in UNEP, the UN Environment Program. So let me just talk about how we're trying to address this challenge. I mean, there's three big ways we're trying to go forward. First, we have a fundamental commitment to agility and iterative solutions that are based on human-centered design and constant feedback, right? So trying to be as agile as possible, trying to always get feedback from users in everything we do, and really being agile is a fundamental principle that we're trying to take forward in the organization. We're trying to avoid lock-in by also committing to open data and open source software solutions. So that's number one. Number two, we're really trying to ensure that the design of our products and services are interoperable, modular, and really future compatible. So that means we're trying to adopt this concept of a digital ecosystem for our products and services, which means they can be seamlessly interconnected and swapped out where needed. And we're trying to really avoid kind of dependence on a single solution, but really catalyzing this ecosystem of solutions. And then finally, we're really trying to figure out, how do we get to a more agile governance, right? How do we take faster decisions about new technologies to adopt? And one of the avenues we're exploring is moving to the point where regulations and international commitments themselves become code, and that technologies can start to read these codes, take them into account, and really optimize for the outcomes of those laws and commitments. So how do we start to automate the application of laws and commitments in technology itself, and have those work to optimize for them? And I think all three of these issues, agility, interoperability, and really agile governance, are fundamental to the core of what the IGF is all about. Thanks.
Thank you for that, like catalyzing ecosystem of solutions in agile governance. Very good insight. How about you, Martha?
Thank you so much, Bena. Thank you so much for this invitation. So I think from my perspective, and taking into account the information of this panel, well, according to the United Nations e-government 2020, most cities are underperforming when it comes to delivering online public services compared to national governments. And I think it's important, and I completely agree with statement, that cities focus on implementing innovative solutions. So that's very, very important. And not only the part of innovative, but also the part about sustainability. And that is really, really key. So from the DSA perspective, what we believe is that there is a challenge in terms of implementing those new technologies. And one part of that challenge is bringing affordable connectivity. So I think we will cover more details about artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, but I would like to focus on two parts. One is access to augmented and virtual reality. And for that one, we will need affordable access. And that could be, for example, consider using innovative solutions like the new unlicensed opportunities with Wi-Fi, the new generations of Wi-Fi that is most affordable and massive. And also, I would like to refer to the importance of having competitions and rapid deployments that could be, again, for Wi-Fi 6, for 5G and beyond. So in those cases, spectrum management is key, and authorities should consider a way to avoid artificial scarcity, dedicating enough resources. And in that case, also spectrum sharing is very, very important. It's a key resource for more people to be connected and be online. And that is crucial for cities, because that way you can make sure that the government and the public services are available for citizens. So my summary, it's like spectrum management is completely related to cities, even if sometimes we don't see that relationship. And new technologies, innovative technologies can be brought by spectrum sharing. Thank you, Vina.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Martha. Affordable connectivity is really a challenge and crucial especially for developing countries. Now, may we have Mr. Peter Ochko, who's joining us on chat.
Hi, greetings from Katowice. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. So a few words from the perspective of the Czech Republic on smart cities and sustainability. Actually, this is a really important topic for us, and we try to have a very complex approach to this topic. What is clear that you will not achieve your goals only by digitalizing or only by putting in place some particular solutions. You have to have a really holistic approach to development of this concept. And what is important, as we see, and it was already mentioned, we definitely need to develop the ecosystem of the local players and the state that helps to develop the digital and environmentally friendly solutions. So actually in our strategies, in our smart city strategy, but also in our 5G strategy in the Czech Republic, we actually put big emphasis on creating ecosystems in local communities. One of the concrete projects that we actually have in place is a project called 5G Smart City. That is, I think, the best example how to do it actually, and I think it's really important that we are able in this project to put together the city, the companies, the technological companies, operators, and NGOs that cooperate on complex development of the city. Every city that is in our project has to have really complex smart city strategy. It's not just about having some digital projects, but they have to have complex strategy, but they have to have also ability to communicate with the technological companies, with the operators. And now in all the cities under our projects, we see a lot of use cases for the people in three pillars. And I think it's also important to mention the three pillars that we see important for this project, but also for the future. The first pillar is people and communities. We really want to focus on benefits for the people. We want to have a human-centric approach. So we try to also focus on digitally excluded localities, to address education, digital literacy, access to social and health services. This is first pillar. Second pillar is development of local economy. So inclusion of local businesses, actually employing the principles of circular economy, new energy solutions. So this is the second pillar. And the third pillar is living environment. And it means that we want to deploy solutions for green communities, for innovative solutions for waste management and so on. So we have a very complex approach, and we will definitely support the new projects in this ecosystem way of support.
Thank you so much. A human-centric and holistic approach. I think that's really something that we can all work on. We're also joined on site by Mr. Mario Skiba.
I will describe the self-government level from in Polish, if I can, of course. Także dzień dobry, witam wszystkich Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome everyone very cordially here in Katowice. We've just listened to some reflections voiced from the perspective of a central government, of the private sector, and I would like to focus on the local government level. On the local government level, the issue of innovation is something quite natural. Just as we would like to fly out into the outer space, we also promote innovation, and innovation is something quite natural, something indispensable for us at the local government level. And so for quite some time now, local governments have been operating just like private enterprises. We compare our works to those of other local governments, and through the prism of the best practices, we seek the very best solutions. We want these solutions to be optimum in terms of their cost effectiveness, but also in terms of the satisfaction of the citizens. A number of issues come to play here, including the issue of the quality of life. In the strategic documents adopted by the city of Katowice, we keep emphasizing the issue of quality of life. We want to address the needs of our citizens, the residents of the city of Katowice who live here, who want to study here, who want to settle down and have their families here. And so we keep searching for innovative solutions that improve the quality of life. We would also like to make sure that our city is inclusive. We do not want to exclude anyone. We want to make sure that the greatest number of residents can participate in everything that the city has on offer. And for quite some time, we've been focusing on climate change as well. It is believed that climate change has been with us for a long time, but our civilization has been lagging behind, and so we now need to accelerate the pace of change in order to mitigate climate change. That requires the adoption of numerous legal solutions. And if I may give you some specific examples of what we do here in the city of Katowice, I'd like to say that what is important for us is the issue of transportation, the issue of mobility. Local governments in Poland since 2004, just like the local governments in the Czech Republic, well, Poland and the Czech Republic joined the European Union at the same time, and at that time we invested a lot in the development of the road network as well as the railway transportation. We have not met all of the needs, though. Despite the positive change, other changes, such as the negative urban sprawl, has meant that not everything has been successful. And so we are now investing in more innovative projects aimed at easier navigation throughout the city, like the city of Katowice. We want to make transportation as convenient as possible for the residents. 2 out of the 5 greatest highways run through the city of Katowice. The traffic is enormous, and so this is a great challenge ahead of us. And so smart traffic management is a project that we will be involved in the coming months, and we want to make sure that it's comfortable for the residents to navigate the city. As regards climate change, well, climate change is indeed very important for us, and we have invested a lot of resources in the development of infrastructure. But us, as representatives of the local government, we also need accurate information, accurate feedback on how the new infrastructure has turned out. As you know, rainfall, droughts, extreme weather changes, all that has resulted in new challenges. So one of the Katowice-based companies has also been involved in a smart metering project. And, well, in the space of 3 minutes, really, the mayor of Katowice is informed about some extreme weather changes. And so we know what the situation is along specific segments of the water pipe network. And so we can now identify a number of problems much more quickly. Speaking of the quality of life, it is important to ensure that residents have access not just to digital technologies and the internet, but also to the green areas in the city. And so the so-called civic budget that is implemented in the city of Katowice ensure better and more equal access to green areas. In 2018, we were involved in a project entitled Plant a Tree. And we planted a number of trees based on the preferences voiced by the residents. The residents are also very much involved in other projects regarding revitalized brown fields in the city of Katowice. And so social inclusion, the civic society activities are of utmost importance for us. We know that recently we've been impacted by high inflation, and so access to different goods has been limited, and we need to address these sudden changes. And so in Katowice, we have implemented quite an innovative solution entitled a social store. And thanks to that, the residents of Katowice now have access to cheaper products. And yet another challenge that we are trying to tackle is to ensure that there are more of such shops across the city for the residents not to be forced to travel across the city and to have access to cheaper products sold in those social cooperatives. We have also observed the rising energy prices. And so what has to be done is that energy efficiency is improved. And not just by means of thermo-modernization, but also thanks to the ICT services that deliver the up-to-date information on energy efficiency. Representatives of the local government need to have access to such information, and just recently we have implemented such a system, and so we know what the energy efficiency of the individual buildings in the city of Katowice is. So these are the types of initiatives that we've been undertaking in the city of Katowice. This is what creates the potential of the city, and the city authorities have limited resources to spend. So really you need to inspect every penny for a few times to make sure that the investment is smart. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights, everyone. I think everyone talked about elevating the quality of life of their citizens through connectivity by making it affordable and organized. So, what innovations and partnerships are introduced or can be introduced in terms of making the citizens' life better? How can different digital tools contribute to making cities even smarter? I'd like to go back to Deputy Mayor Skiba. Okay. I think we.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
I'm fine. Thank you. Parę przykładów już tutaj podałem.
I've already given you a few examples, but certainly the idea of a smart city is important. And just like the previous speaker has said, there are many stakeholders who benefit from the smart city concept, including city authorities for whom it is important that they have quick access to information. They need to know how different services are implemented in the city. And so many local governments have access to different ICT systems that are tailor-made to cater to different needs. But it's important that the different ICT systems are integrated. The ERP system that some of the local governments have implemented for sure is something that facilitates the process. But what is happening in the city is also important from the perspective of the residents. And so I'm sure that all sorts of solutions that are aimed at improving the quality of life in our city are of utmost importance. And especially over the recent months during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have focused more on solutions that reach out into the future. We try to estimate the future of our city. We now reflect on how to design the city of Katowice in order to improve the quality of life of citizens in the future. And so there are different forecasting tools that help us forecast the future of city transportation. For instance, the Visum system is a good example of such a solution that helps us design the road network and the public transportation systems so that it is effective. Speaking of transportation, speaking of public transportation, we need to ensure that we have feedback on how many people use buses and streetcars. And we do have such a system in place in Silesia. It is called Silesian Public Services Card. And that system, as soon as it is in place, it helps us gain access to information on how crowded the public buses and streetcars are, and that helps us design the transportation network for the future, because we want to ensure that public transportation is available to the largest number of residents. And so this is crucial information, and we need to have access to such information. From the point of view of city authorities, what is important for us is also quick and easy access to information for the citizens. The citizens need to know how to navigate the city. And so this quick information system by means of text messages is in place in Katowice. And I think it has been working quite well. Waste management is also important. We know that we have been producing more and more waste, us, residents of cities. And so individual countries need to adopt waste management policies that include waste segregation and municipal waste management enterprises have a role to play in terms of waste segregation, in terms of investing in innovative solutions, because we would like to ensure that less waste ends up in landfills, and this way we can also mitigate climate change. Another important issue is social participation in everything that takes place in the city. Based on the civic budget project, we have identified some of the important needs of our residents. In the beginning, the share of residents in the project was quite limited, but then it has changed. People can now vote for individual projects online, and thanks to the online voting system, the level of social participation is now much higher. And so these projects that are now implemented in the city have a stronger social mandate. These types of projects, or these types of tools, so to say, are certainly the future of local governments. And so we need to be able to manage the available resources efficiently. We are obliged to implement innovative solutions in a cost-effective manner. We want to avoid wasting the available resources.
You're thinking, David. So I hope you can jump in next. Sorry, I was actually David. Hope you can jump in next in this.
Sure, thanks very much. I think one of the big partnerships that we're working on right now in UNEP is what's called the Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability. That's CODES, and this is now part of the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. This is a multi-stakeholder group of around 800 people working on how do we bridge this gap between digital transformation and environmental sustainability. And one of the key themes we're looking at is how do we use digital technologies to increase individual agency to adopt more sustainable lifestyles and behaviors. So we understand that about 7 out of 10 people, they want to be sustainable, right? They want to adopt sustainable lifestyles in their day-to-day lives, but actually only about 3 out of 10 actually do so, right? There's this big gap between intention and action. So how do we use digital technologies to close this gap, and in particular, in the city environment? So I think the big call to action here is really talking to the digital platforms and getting them to adopt something like a sustainability by default as a core value and design principle. So how do all the big platforms, we're talking Google, Amazon, Uber, how do all of them promote sustainable by default as a core value, as a core design principle, and really help amplify the adoption of sustainable lifestyles, products, and behaviors at a planetary scale? I think that's the big question that we're trying to address in CODES. I think the other big question on the table right now is linked to digital twins, right? Digital twins of cities where different environmental variables and behaviors can be modeled and optimized. I think that's a really big question. There are huge applications for digital twins, and some of them were already talked about. Decentralization of renewable energy, water management, waste management, transport. I think the key call to action within the digital twin landscape is adopting data standards and interoperability standards to ensure that the wealth of data that's coming from these different sectors can be fully integrated into these digital twin models. And again, if it's a question of data and if it's a question of how that data is governed on the internet, then this is, again, one of those key issues that I think the IGF should be seized of.
Thank you so much for that. Martha, hope we can hear from you as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Mina. So I would like again to refer to the connectivity aspect. And I think it's important for cities and in general to recognize how citizens are accessing the internet. Currently, more than 50% of the citizens connect online using Wi-Fi and starting or ending via Wi-Fi connection. And usually that is something that we give for granted. We assume that Wi-Fi is there. And now with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that many people had to work from home and that then the traffic is constantly increasing. So in this context, it's, and also we just had the statements from Czech Republic and Poland and Mayor of Katowice about how there are some goals in terms of 2030. And I think one of those digital targets, for example, in the case of Europe, is to provide 1 gigabit per second connection at households. And all that can only be achieved if cities provide very good Wi-Fi connectivity and very good fixed and mobile broadband connectivity. So I think on that front, it's important if we want to have digitalization across society to take the decisions that will help that digitalization and that digital transformation process. And there are many actions that should be coordinated between municipalities and national governments. And for example, one of them is to make sure that spectrum is given in the proper way. So it is, there is enough resources to boost that innovation. In the case of virtual and augmented reality, there are so many applications to make cities smarter. For example, it would be very useful for tourism if you have those platforms for online description, like to guide you, where should I go? Then you could have some guidance, not only with a message, but you could have also multimedia involved. And those applications, again, will need more spectrum. And in that case, more spectrum for Wi-Fi will make it more affordable. And finally, it was also mentioned about the green transition. I completely agree that that is very important. And again, on that, we should understand how people are accessing internet. So it's sometimes it's greener to have a combination of fiber with Wi-Fi, especially for fixed locations, like transport stations, like hospitals, like libraries, and then to combine that with mobile connectivity for outdoor environments. So my message here would be for authorities to think about how their citizens are getting online and to provide them with the tools they need in 2021 and they will need in 2030. And that will go through a modernization of the networks and new technologies. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you very much, Bina.
Thank you so much for those enlightening answers. I'm sure our audience right now are very inspired like me. So having said that, what do you think are the societal challenges when introducing the smart cities model? And what do you think are the measures that can actually be taken? Ether, what are your thoughts?
Yes, actually what I think is really important, I have already mentioned that, and I'm happy that many other people have also touched that, is really to implement the multi-stakeholder approach, to actually involve all the important players into the game. Actually, so we had a lot about many activities in Katowice and other places, and I think and this is also important on the state level as well as the municipal level. But the most important is that the both levels have to cooperate. That is why why actually we in the Czech Republic we have created under the heading of 5G strategy, of our 5G strategy, so-called 5G Alliance, that is really a multi-stakeholder platform. And actually 5G serves as actually technology that connects all these stakeholders, but the goals are not just to develop the 5G or to actually bring or to have a signal or coverage everywhere. This is also important, but we really want to actually develop the ecosystems in many areas. We have 5 priorities, 5 areas that we develop. One is focusing on smart industry. Czech Republic is a very industrial country. It's very important. But one of the ideas under the smart industry heading is to actually bring new technologies like 5G, like artificial intelligence, and to help to develop and to implement the solutions that are greener, that are actually under the umbrella of I don't know, circular economy, and digital technologies can help. The second heading or second priority under our 5G Alliance is focusing on a smart city, and we try to be working with the municipalities, with all the main stakeholders in the area of municipalities, but also with research organizations, and bring the innovations into the digital solutions for the municipalities, for smart cities, for smart regions. The third priority is focusing on security, cybersecurity. This is really important. Everywhere when you speak about digitalization, you have to speak about cybersecurity. The fourth topic is focusing on education, on awareness raising. This is also very important because the citizens are sometimes not ready to actually adopt the technologies and to understand what we are planning. So we need to educate and raise the awareness. And the fifth priority is very specific for the Czech Republic. So we are focusing on coverage along the main transport corridors and the cities. This is also important. And maybe I will also react to what Marta said. Actually, we also try to partly to implement a dynamic spectrum allocation for part of our 5G spectrum. It's I would say very innovative concept. So we think this is one of the ways how we can actually give more flexibility to companies, industry, and also to cities and regions to actually bring spectrum coverage and the new solutions to the citizens.
Thank you so much, Peter. How about in Japan, Yuji?
Currently, we see challenges regarding utilization of data and digital technologies. In Japan, due to premature data literacy and high sensitivity on privacy protection, many people have concern for using data and digital technologies. A variety of concerns such as how their data will be used, how securely their data will be stored and processed, and how reliable the data on the internet are reliable, giving reluctance to business and individuals in fully utilizing data and digital technologies. Therefore, fostering trust in data and digital technologies is critically important for full use of data and technologies. In order to address such challenges, the Japanese government elaborates a comprehensive data national strategy last June to advance in public-private collaboration toward a digital society where full use of data can be implemented. By strengthening trust through privacy protection and security measures, we are working to establish enabling environment for data flow and utilization, and to prepare user-friendly data foundation and functions for data sharing. By synergizing such measures and Digital Garden City Nation initiative, we will keep advancing towards sustainable and inclusive society where everyone can enjoy well-being in daily life through better use of digital technologies and data anywhere in the country. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Yuji. I'd actually like to ask more questions, but I guess we're down to the last minutes of this session. So if I can just ask our panelists for final words or voluntary commitments. Can we start with the only female in the panel, Martha?
Oh, thank you so much. I think in terms of statements from the DSA and with different allies from different sectors like satellite industry, startups, SMEs, we will continue giving this message about the importance of better connectivity through Wi-Fi. And also, as DSA, we continue promoting spectrum sharing as a great opportunity for access in a different and innovative model, extending the ecosystem with more stakeholders than the traditional ones and bringing opportunities for different stakeholders like companies, enterprises, campuses to getting access to the spectrum and to be part of this connectivity challenge. So thank you so much and congratulations for this great panel.
David, any final words?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate this idea of a multi-stakeholder approach and how fundamental that is. And that's exactly what we're trying to do in CODES now. So my commitment through the CODES network is to release an action plan on the key priorities for digital environmental sustainability for the next couple of years. And we commit to releasing that in March 2022. And that'll be based on this very wide multi-stakeholder engagement process, trying to define what the key priorities are, and then trying to catalyze action in 2022, 2023. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Peter, you also talk about the multi-stakeholder approach. Any parting words?
Yeah, I really definitely fully agree with supporting multi-stakeholder approach. But just one more thing I wanted to mention: we also need, and I think this is important, to somehow secure that the citizens will not be scared of the new technologies. We see it with 5G. We probably will see it with artificial intelligence. We need to make sure that these technologies are secure, that there are no risks to health. There are no risks in the sense of cybersecurity, but we need also educate people, actually raise the awareness about what these technologies, what they are and what they are not, that we have not to be scared. And actually, we should actually show on the use cases, on pilot projects, how does it work, how these technologies help. For example, 5G can help to save lives. 5G can help to bring green solutions, and so on. So I think we need to communicate. This is also something. This is my my message, that we need to better communicate what the new technologies bring.
Thank you so much, Peter. Yuji, you also talked about cybersecurity a while ago. Do you have any final words?
Thank you. We learned some commonalities and differences in connected city policies and urban digitalization policies between countries and cities. And we will make use of the learning in our domestic policy discussion. And we are hosting IGF in 2023, and we will continue this consideration on connected city policy in our preparation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuji. We go back on site. Marius, commitments, final words.
Tak, no przygotowując się do tego spotkania, miałem taki scenariusz rozpisany, który pokazuje, że 2/3 mieszkańców świata do roku 2050 będzie mieszkało w miastach. To pokazuje, że presja na miasta coraz będzie większa. No jest takie pojęcie miejskiej dżungli. Miejskiej dżungli, pojęcie to określenie odnosi się do
which is a concept that refers to an area where you can get lost, which is complex. And so if we want to talk about an urban jungle, we should, for example, think about greenery, because we want cities to be open, to be friendly to all of their residents. And so smart cities, new technologies, innovation, those that are already being implemented in cities, these ideas will be continued in future, and we really are looking forward to that. Here in Europe, we are also getting ready for the next EU financial perspective. And it is a challenge to really use the funding available to spend it on innovation that will bear fruit in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this very insightful session. Now we know that developing and creating smart cities that are connected, green, and inclusive is very possible. Thank you, everyone in the panel today, and to the team behind the Internet Governance Forum for making this happen. But I know that this doesn't end here. I hope to come back next year, hopefully on site, to hear about concrete and tangible progress that has been made by governments worldwide. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And are you there? Yes. So I can walk.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon, everybody. So we are here today to discuss digital inclusion and the role of digital platforms. Our panelists will help us to conceive new and hopefully concrete ways to keep fintech, e-commerce, social network platforms, and thus government and corporations accountable and transparent for a free and safe cyberspace. So we have many panelists today. We are 10 people. We can talk a few minutes each, so please respect the time. And I want to tell the audience that we will be with Ms. Simonetta Sommaruga, head of the Swiss Federal Department of the Environment, Transport, Energy and Communication, with Mr. Roberto Viola, Director General of the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Nayat Mala Majid, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Mr. Ku Dongyu, Director General FAO, and Mr. Maximo Torero, Chief Economist at the FAO. Also, I welcome Mr. Taufik Jelassi, I hope pronouncing well your name, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information from the UNESCO. And we will have with us Mr. Josh Kalmer, Head of Global Public Policy at Zoom. Also, Ms. Wendy Hee Kyung-chun, Canada 150 Research Chair, Simon Fraser University, a colleague of mine. And Ms. Nayat Dad, Board Member, Facebook Oversight Board. So, why we have all these people here today at the IGF Poland, which I thank for inviting me, remembering that I bear the full responsibility for what I said. We are here because you and you over there, all of us deserve to live, work, study and play in a friendly and safe environment. And this is true for the web too, especially today, because the pandemic forced us to work, live, study and play online. And when we work, study and play online, freedom of access to the internet, freedom of expression, safety, security, privacy become digital rights. And digital rights are human rights. Of course, when I think of human rights, my mind goes to the poor refugees at the border, freezing at the border of Poland. And I hope that my government, the European Union, and the United Nations will do very soon something to change this situation. But when I think of human rights violation, I also think of digital rights violation. For example, my mind goes to a very young Egyptian student who has been imprisoned for 22 months just for posting something on Facebook, his opinion on Facebook. My mind goes to Julian Assange, who has been persecuted and tortured just for exposing war crimes. It's not me saying this. It was David Kaye, former UN representative for the freedom of expression, special rapporteur on freedom of expression. So, and I think of Ravi Deshi, the Indian girl who was imprisoned not to let her go to the Glasgow conference for her online activism. So I think of all this. And I fear a digital world where too often we assist to online harassment toward journalist women. And when I realize the proportion of child abuse and human trafficking using online tools. So I know that the pandemic has brought many countries to justify improper data collection using artificial intelligence-based technologies, and that they use technology to restrict people's power to express themselves. This must stop. That's why we are here today. So, before asking Mr. Roberto Viola, European Commission, to give his introductory remarks, I want to underline that after establishing the first ever rules promoting fairness and transparency for business online platforms, the European Commission proposed in December 2020 new rules for digital platforms. The Digital Service Act package, composed of the Digital Service Act and the Digital Markets Act, aims to create a safer digital space where the fundamental rights of users are protected and to establish a level playing field for business. So, sorry for my bad English pronunciation. I'm Italian, as you can hear, and it's not my mother tongue language. But I hope to make clear few concepts. But now it's time to give the floor to Mr. Roberto Viola. Please, you can speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Corinto. I hope you can see and hear me.
I can see you clearly, Mr. Roberto Viola. It's a pleasure to meet you in this venue.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's really an important panel discussing how the world should be. I hope that in the fairy tale of internet and what they will tell in 10 years from now, they will say, once upon a time, there was no democracy of internet, and few would rule and privately enforce the internet. And of course, this is something we don't want. Our relentless effort is to bring democracy in the internet space. First of all, establishing solid principles by which whatever we do should be human-centered and humans must be respected. Their freedoms, their rights must be respected. And that's the meaning of our digital decade. We want to land Europe in 2030 and partners of Europe in a democratic free space that takes the maximum benefit of it. Now, of course, it's not just words. We are presenting solid underpinning legislation, action programs in order to fuel this vision of the internet in the future. I just want to tell you that 1 week ago, a new law has been approved in Europe, which is called the Data Governance Act. The Data Governance Act, for the first time, will create a public and accountable governance of data spaces. It will introduce the concept of, reuse, maximum reuse of public data, not just the open data, every data, the access to entrepreneurs businesses and startups to those data. We'll introduce the concept of citizens in control and deciding on data donation, when they want to donate data and how they want to do, and selecting the organizations that will be screened for data donation. And we'll introduce the concept of data brokering as a neutral broker that will allow participants of a data space to share the data. This is the Data Governance Act. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the Digital Service Act, Digital Market Act, which are the two pillars of our platform regulation. And I would add also the Artificial Intelligence Act. These are the first-of-a-kind legislation in the world that try to comprehensively regulate the space in order to have more democracy in the internet. The Digital Service Act, it's about looking at how platform offers services to citizens and business and make sure that, above all, rules are respected by everybody. Citizens are empowered in terms of their right, that large marketplaces have a responsibility, and also whoever offers, a number of platform services from search engines, from social media, they also have responsibility. An important element of the Digital Service Act is proportionality. The more the platform is important in economic and user terms, the more responsibilities and the more is accountable. Key elements are transparency, access to data for researchers, for NGOs, for organizations that can actually make those actors publicly accountable, oversight, and also risk assessment. Risk assessment that needs to be done by independent organizations to make sure that the recommender system and algorithms do not amplify just the money-making part of platform, but really deliver service. For platforms which are platform offering marketplaces, there's the concept of know your customer, know your business customer, which is motivated from the financial markets to be sure that whoever offers goods on sale on those platforms is a trusted partner. The Digital Market Act is about power and balance, market power and balance. It makes sure that platforms, which the Act calls them gatekeepers, because they are essential trading partners for small business, they offer in a fair way their services to other businesses. In particular, they don't privilege their own services above the services of the other business customers. They actually make sure that everyone can profit and benefit from the platform effect. And the overall, organization of the platform allows for fairness and diversity and innovation. That's the most important thing as well. Democracy goes also with the capacity to disrupt, to innovate, to participate. I finish by mentioning very briefly the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is the first regulation in the world about artificial intelligence that tries to say it's a gift to humanity, artificial intelligence, but has to be used for the mankind, for the citizens, for making sure it delivers good. That means that we take a risk-based approach, and we, first of all, ban whatever is generalized control on citizens, which will be forbidden in the EU, but also we consider application that might limit the freedom of citizens as risk-based application that need to be regulated. The rest of artificial intelligence doesn't need to be regulated and can, of course, resort from the normal legislation. This is a little bit a sample of the things we are doing. And of course, we also continue to invest in internet and internet innovation, and our next generation internet program has 500 million available to start up new, organizations, public research organizations to improve the internet. This is our continuing effort, and we really thank you for inviting me to express our views and to contribute to this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Viola. I know that you have other duties and that you must leave the session, but if you can, please stay with us. Thank you so much. Now I want to introduce you Mr. Koo Dong-gyu, Director General FAO, who will address his remarks to our audience. Please, Mr. Dongyu.
Dear sirs, I am sorry I will have to present on behalf of Dr. Shudong-Yu. He had an emergency, he had to leave.
Okay,
So,
please tell your name. Please tell your name and change the subtitles, please. What's your name?
Máximo Torero, I'm the Chief Economist of FAO.
Okay, so you are good enough too. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Digital technologies are having a profound impact on our economies and societies, life and livelihood. They are transforming agri-food systems, especially on markets, accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And connectivity has improved significantly, but the digital divide remains. The Broadband Commission has estimated that an investment between $428 billion and $2 trillion is needed to achieve universal connectivity by 2030. We must work collectively to leverage digital technologies for agricultural and rural transformation. And the Internet Governance Forum represents a unique occasion to reflect on how the power of data and technology can be harnessed to reduce the digital divide, leaving no one behind. This requires renewed efforts to improve domestic policies and to strengthen international cooperation to ensure increased and targeted investments. Digital platforms help unleashing the potential for fintech solutions, trade, agri-food systems, emergency and humanitarian interventions, and sustainability. At FAO, we are constantly working to find ways in which innovation, data, and technology can accelerate the transformation of digital agri-food systems towards the achievement of the SDGs. The effective use of digital technologies and platforms can raise economic benefits and inclusiveness to contribute to rural development and food security. By increasing the productivity of agri-food sectors, enhancing market opportunities through e-commerce, and facilitating the inclusion of farmers in value chains. Digital potential in agriculture ranges from real-time climate information, extension networks, and blockchain ledgers to build trust and increase food safety. It can also include financial products to facilitate access for smallholders to insurance and credit products. And e-commerce, which leverages market linkages, shortens the food value chain, strengthens business engagements and intelligence systems, and promotes market access. In this perspective, we are launching the 1,000 Digital Villages initiative to promote the digital transformation of villages and small towns across the globe, enabling farmers to use digital technologies. This is an initiative that has been developed by FAO and is being implemented in all the regions where FAO works. The initiative consists in the digitalization of agri-food production, management, and consumption for rural transformation that can create and enhance job opportunities. It also has social and cultural benefits through increased communication and information to improve the living standards of rural areas. In July 2020, FAO also launched the Hand-in-Hand Geospatial Platform, the digital public goods to create interactive data maps, analyze trends, and identify real-time gaps and opportunities. This platform enables the mapping of agricultural capabilities, highlighting the interactions of economic, social, and environmental variables to direct targeted and impactful investments. In addition, FAO International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture is a platform for dialogue, policy making, and for strengthening the linkages between agriculture and digital economic fora. FAO is committed to continue working in partnerships for the transformation of a more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind. To achieve this, digital technologies will provide the connection to bridge the gaps, and for that we need to assure that these technologies are inclusive and to provide access for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Torero. And after the introductory remarks, I have to say my name. My name is Arturo Di Corinto. I am an Italian journalist. I am a book writer and a teacher in the university. Well, my job is to check and verify what you say. So I ask you to be coherent with what you say. Well, I I have a panelist who is Mr. Abed Aziz Dahi, who was not connected earlier, but now is online. So I thank you for being with us. Minister, you have 2 minutes. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very interesting panel. I would like just to remind that the 2030 United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development highlighted the importance of an inclusive and sustainable society. I assume that a sustainable and inclusive society has to be fundamentally human-centric in order to address the big equation of sustainable development. This requires an integrated approach based on the number of and diversity of challenges like protecting environment and ensuring universal access for everyone to fundamental services like health, education, etc., and thus realizing the human rights and protection to all. And technological platforms can play a central role through the so-called information society. In my country, Mauritania, for example, despite the scarcity of resources, our authorities are aware that digital technology has become a real lever for economic and social development. It improves the performance of public service in terms of transparency and access to data, for example. That's why our government had started preparing digitalization since 2016 by putting in place a legal framework for digital governance, like a law, for example, in 2016, that sets the fundamental orientations of the information society and determines its legal and institutional basis. It defines the information society as a society with human, inclusive, and secure dimensions, which works for the successful modernization of the state and fight against poverty and the development of individuals and companies. In 2017, a law on personal data protection has set up a normative and institutional framework for the processing of this data in order to guarantee better services and protect against breaches of privacy, which caused through the use of ICT. It lays down conditions under which any processing of personal data in any form whatsoever respects the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens. This law launched also the Personal Data Protection Authority. In 2018, a law organized electronic transactions and services and challenges the responsibilities of providers, site hosting, and data services, as well as publishers of electronic content. In terms of internal governance, our digital transition department, with the help of our partners, organized practical trainings that allow the various representatives of ministerial departments, academia, private sector, civil society to better prepare for the transition to a complete digital society.
Thank you, Mr. Abed. Thank you. Please go to the conclusions.
Yes, I just want that this is a nice opportunity that can help developing countries to be more inclusive and more equitable in terms of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abed Aziz Dahi, Minister of Digital Transition, Innovation and Modernization of Administration of Mauritania. Thank you so much. Now I have a special guest. She is Miss or Mrs. Nayat Maala Majid. Why is a special guest? Because he is the special representative of the Secretary General on the violence against children, something that worries many of us. Please, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Arturo. I just want to highlight with you many key points. On 28, I was special rapporteur on the sale of children and child sexual exploitation. And I can tell you, since 2008, it seems for me that I am repeating the same thing. I just want to really highlight the point, how we can make digital platform contributing, in inclusive, safe space for children. So it has not only to be human rights centric, but also child rights centric. This is very important. Taking into account the key dimension of protection, of access, just and inclusive access, of freedom of expression, and also privacy. And the access, first, if we need to be very inclusive, we need to close first the digital divide that affects 2/3 of the world's school-aged children, according to ITU and UNICEF, and it was really exacerbated during the pandemic. Regarding the right to expression, I think, yes, many children are really expressing themselves through platform, and we need to make sure that all of them can express freely, safely, through this platform, and to highlight also the risk currently that we are seeing worldwide regarding the arrest of children and deprivation of liberty of children who express themselves regarding requesting social justice or other things. The other point is privacy and data. Despite many laws, really the right to privacy and the data protection of children is not duly implemented by all the ICT sector. And finally, protection is a big issue, and children are exposed to various forms of violence online. Mainly, one of the main important one is child sexual abuse material online. Just to let you know that the recent We Protect, assessment highlights an increasing report of child sexual abuse. NECMEC reported 100% increase in report from the public of online sexual exploitation from 2019 to 2020. Internet Watch Foundation reported 77% increase in child self-generated sexual material from 2019 to 2020. And The Economist reported that 54% of children were exposed to harmful content and to sexual abuse material in their own mobile phone. This is increasing and still underreported and under-prosecuted. And despite all this legislation, and despite all this commitment of ICTs, and despite also of the implementation of some tools really to detect, to remove, like hash matching, like photo DNA, like deterrence, like also this big alliance, Virtual Global Task Force, Financial Coalition, and so on, there is still a lot to do because laws are not going so quickly as ICT sector is going. And we are seeing other challenges like live streaming, that it's increased and self-generated, images produced by children that currently also are commercialized. This is big issue. You have all the wonderful, use of anonymity by predator using darknet. And we had the recent assessment seeing that, the increased use of darknet really highlighted currently 300%. We have also what is really important, other forms of violence online that we need to take into account is also cyberbullying, is also hate speech, is misinformation, is also recruitment for illegal activities.
Thank you, Miss Nayat Malamajid, for what you said. Maybe we can continue the discussion after the other panelists. Maybe, please, just simple thing to something that we can do together to stop this inhuman trafficking. So, Mr. Taufik Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, UNESCO. You have the floor. You can talk for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So we all agree on the danger of digital platforms spreading. The lady just mentioned, a message of hate, of violence, of extremism. and this has been increasing, which we call the infodemic, obviously. So the question is, how can we respond to these challenges? In our view at UNESCO, there are 3 ways forward. Obviously, the traditional option is a laissez-faire, but we cannot afford that one, because then what you are likely to see, increased spread of misinformation and the like, and this is not good. The other option, which some member states or some countries have done, which is to regulate online content. We see the danger in that, because over-regulation could limit the freedom of expression, and that's not good for democracy nor for human rights. The question is then, is there a third option that we can consider? We believe so, and that third option is by trying to make the internet companies go for greater transparency. So when we say that, of course, we need to work on the details. Transparency of what, how much, to whom, and for what expected outcomes. And I think we collectively need to work on that. So today, of course, one emerging technology that is being more widely used is AI. Last month, at UNESCO, the 193 member states have adopted the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We believe this is a groundbreaking normative instrument, the first of its kind, to ensure that we have a human rights-based, ethical, open, accessible, and truly multi-stakeholder approach to digital technologies and to digital platforms. So we need also, obviously, to build capacity when it comes to this. We have been training civil servants, but also with a focus on the judiciary system. We have trained more than 23,000 judiciary operators in a number of countries on standards, national but international standards on human rights, on freedom of expression, on the safety of journalists, etc. We just developed recently an online course on AI and the rule of law. So I think all of this could help us achieve our goal, the goal being to mitigate the risk involved here, to foster the exchange and apply a human rights-based approach to digital governance, but also to harness all the potential benefits that these technologies can present to us. So we see value creation and digital transformation through digital technologies. Digital platforms can contribute to that, but we have to make sure that we can eliminate or at least reduce the harm that digital platforms can cause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You have been very clear, and thank you for what you said. So now it's time to speak for Mr. Josh Calmer, Head of Global Public Policy in Zoom. Please, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Di Corinto. It's great to be here, and I think I think the lone member of a technology company, it's really a privilege, and we recognize that we and other technology companies have significant responsibilities to contribute to these discussions. I think in our experience, there are 3 key factors, and they all begin with the letter T in ensuring that we're working together in the most effective way to enhance inclusion, to enhance safety, and to tackle these challenges. The first is trust, right? The technology companies have to have the tools, they have to have the attitude, and they have to have the ability to create trust. And that means looking out for data protection. That means ensuring that people's data are safe. In our case, it means making sure that users of our platform have the tools to control their interactions with each other, to ensure not only that they have a place where they can connect, but that they can do it on their terms in ways that protect people, including from places where voices may be suppressed. The second is transparency, and a couple of my colleagues mentioned this as well. Companies need to be transparent about what they do, about how they approach content on their platforms that is illegal, abusive, harmful, whatever the case may be. We take that incredibly seriously. So when it comes to community standards, excuse me, when it comes to reporting mechanisms, when it comes to transparency reports, and when it comes to engagement with government and other stakeholder groups, transparency is key. And then I think the final factor is tailoring. No two companies are the same. A company like Zoom as a communications platform is very different than a social media firm, but we all have responsibilities. And so it's incumbent on all of us in a multi-stakeholder environment to work together to understand what is the proper mix of rights and obligations and uses of technology that are appropriate and properly tailored for each actor in the ecosystem to ensure that we're all contributing the way that is as effective as possible. So thank you again. Appreciate the chance to be here.
So thank you so much, Mr. Kalmer. Something happened here. So I asked the technical staff to let these guys to show their flags. I mean, there are youngsters here. There are young boys and girls who want to make a statement, and I think that they can allow them to do the statement. I mean, it's so easy, no? We are here to support freedom of expression. So, what do you want to say? What do you want to say?
From here. We are here to protest. We are here to protest because we don't feel free. We don't feel safe. Our freedom is limited by business and big corporations. Freedoms means protecting user privacy. Freedom means full workers' rights for platform workers. But we do not feel safe as internet users and employees. 10 million people in the EU get their main source of income from the so-called gig economy. Millions of workers are denied rights, protections, and guarantees. Online platforms deny them regular work contracts even though they exercise control over their labor. We have here representatives of all groups in the European Parliament, but there is still no specific directive protecting workers at European level. Courts across Europe acknowledge that platforms are employers and platform workers are employees. We are calling you, take care of it. Our voice, our speech should be heard.
Thank you, thank you. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? That's all they have. Just another minute. I ask you to start with the camera, please. I don't see the camera. I don't see us in the camera. I want to see us on the screens, please. Please, I'm a journalist. I can be very bad.
Hello, my name is Kasper, and what I want to say is we demand the reform from online advertising industry system. Ban surveillance advertising. IAB Europe created a fake consent system of pop-up ads that spammed everywhere and served virtually no purpose other than to extract the data from users. Google and the entire tracking industry relies on IAB Europe's consent system, which will be found illegal. Pop-ups are used by about 80% of the websites. Nobody reads it. They are designed to force users to automatically click I agree. Due to the GDPR, it's illegal. Ban pop-ups. Internet is a common space for all users. We demand the decision of the Belgian Data Protection Authority will finally force the online advertising industry to reform. Big tech platforms amplify hate, illegal activities, COVID hoaxes, and enhances the polarization. The overarching theme of this forum is Internet United. So reunite the internet, but for the users, not for the big companies. I know that there are IAB representatives in this hall. Do you admit that TLF breaks GDPR? We know that you are here, and we know that you know that what I just asked you is true.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye. Thank you for... sorry for the little interruption. I think that it's important to make the voice of the youth to be heard. So we are here for this. So my last but not less important panelist is Miss Nayat, no, I'm sorry, it's Miss Wendy Hee Kyung-chun. So Canada 150 Research Chair, Simon Fraser University. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for letting the groups in the audience speak. Because what I want to stress, as many of us here have stressed, is that we need to engage civil society and groups that have been historically excluded. And it's only by engaging these groups, by us, that we can understand how technology and so-called technical solutions to inequality sometimes amplify inequality. And I think the classic example of this is content moderation. So automated content moderation systems were introduced because minorities are regularly targeted online. The problem is that these systems often target the same group. The classic example of this is Black English. So those who speak Black English are not only targeted by racists, their speech is also targeted by these systems. Activists and citizens who often take on the questions of racism are taken down. And this is not a new thing. One of the first groups to be censored online were actually LGBTQ+ activists who are taking on the question of AIDS. And this is because of the standards which are embedded within these systems, that are trained on these systems, as well as how these systems are weaponized, how these flagging systems are often weaponized. Another classic example are risk assessment programs. And they were introduced to combat racism within US courts, but they've been most recently sued for racial discrimination. So what, again, is key is that we work with communities we're trying to support, as well with civil society, to understand what these groups are doing and what they need, and also to understand how the root causes of these inequalities go beyond technology and technical solutions. And one thing that the Public Policy Forum is doing, and I'm a commissioner for democratic expression as part of this group, is they've brought together a diverse group of citizens from all over Canada to take on these issues. And what's key is that the recommendations, which will come out in January, focus not only on regulation, but also questions of education and research. And clearly, research is key. We can't rely on whistleblowers to do our research for us. And importantly, a lot of the European legislation seeks to guarantee access to anonymized data for researchers. But I want to stress that this access and transparency is important, but it's not enough. Right? Giving researchers access to what private corporations track isn't enough. We need to think through privacy and democratic expression together. We need to think through when programs such as AI should be used and when it should not. So any definition of sustainable value and inclusive society can't just focus on content, but also infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Mrs. Wendy Kyung-chun. For what it counts, I agree with the most part of your speech. Mrs. or Miss Nayat Dad, board member, Facebook Oversight Board, a very welcome panelist. Please, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for having me. And I'm as an activist from Global South, I really admire and appreciate your effort to give a floor to the young voices who have raised very, very valid points. So as an oversight board member, I want to talk a little bit about what we as a board doing and how we are contributing to the question that you have posed around, creating inclusive societies. And while saying that, I'm really proud to be part of a group of people from around the world with equal decision-making responsibilities. Between us, we speak at least 29 languages and represent diverse professional, cultural, political, religious backgrounds and viewpoints. And we all believe strongly in freedom of expression, and this is our starting point for assessing decisions. We look at freedom of expression in the balance of other human rights. We make decisions that consider the human rights impacts for a global user base. And I believe through this model, we are looking closely at how upholding a user right to freedom of expression may impact on the right of others in other contexts, so that rules can be consistent, fair, and do not fix one problem in one place whilst creating multiple others somewhere else. I personally, as a board member, and I can speak on the behalf of other board members, we care deeply about the unintended impact content moderation decisions in one country can have on users in another, especially those whose freedom of expression is already compromised. So it is essential to recognize that many of the content moderation issues we are discussing today echo the experiences civil society organizations and people living in South Asia, Global South, indeed the rest of the world have been saying for years. We really need to stop having such a US Eurocentric view of the problems happening on social media and to listen to voices from around the world. We scrutinize Facebook decisions based on their stated values, their own rules in the community standards, and ultimately whether they align with global human rights standards. So I really believe the need for independent and global oversight, which is not led by one nation or another, but truly considers the global impact of decisions, will continue. I would really like to see all of us to work together to empower rather than protect users, and not only speak for them, but to them and with them. Thank you.
So thank you to you. It has been a pleasure to listen your point of view. And now I have a last-minute speaker. There is someone who is asking me to say something. No, it's okay. So thank you for everything. We have 15 minutes left. What can I say? I would like you to go back on the floor and to advertise publicly something concrete that you are doing to promote children protection, freedom of expression, data protection, and so on. Because, you know, I'm still listening to the words of Francis Hogan in front of congressmen in the United States about the social network business model, which are not made for exactly for freedom of expression and for empowering people's rights. So I would like to know something more from you. So Mrs. Nayat, do you want to say something more about this issue, about the business models of social platforms, social networks platforms?
Yeah, so I think we really encourage more whistleblowers coming out with the faulty, structure of social media platforms. I would like to talk about what we have done as a board. Since the board issued our first decisions in January, we have already issued 17 decisions and made over 75 recommendations to Meta, Facebook on issues that are critical to freedom of expression and human rights for users around the world. And getting a company of Meta scale to fix the numerous problems with its content moderation processes, it's going to take time. And it's something that we can do on our own. We have a pretty specific focus as an organization, which we all are aware of, but we think we are starting to have a valuable impact in pushing the company in the right direction. And it's good sign that company has accepted most of our recommendations. Anyone who thinks that the board can fix Facebook on its own is deluding themselves. And certainly we have never set out with that intention. We are trying to play a small constructive role in fighting for the interests of users and pushing the company to be more transparent. Yeah, so I believe this is the model that I have seen. It's actually working. It will take time. It started as an experience, and I feel that the self-regulatory mechanisms are really important while we are talking about regulations that are basically set the standards in EU and the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dad. To be honest, I canceled my Facebook profile and I don't use WhatsApp, but I'm experimenting Instagram, even if they say that it doesn't help a good self-perception in young women. But Mrs. Wendy Hai Kyung-chun, do you have something to add to this question? To this theme, to the issue?
Yeah, I think, again, what's really key is that we work with communities and try to understand exactly how they're already using these technologies to take on some of these issues. And I think as well, we need to think critically about what's not working. So in terms of the question of disinformation, for example, we know that fact-checking is important, but it's not enough. We know, for instance, that people will spread information because they find it compelling, et cetera, so I think we need to think through, again, questions of the business model, what is accelerated and what is not, and try to think through how those issues of trust are central and perpetuated within platforms themselves. I think we need to think critically about the ways the solutions we've been posing haven't worked. And rather than to offer the same solutions, to think actually very hard about why it is that, for instance, calls for authenticity has led to the spread of more disinformation rather than less.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So before going to Mr. Gelassi and Mr. Josh Kalmer, I want the technical staff to screen and to send on the screen a video message by Michelle Bachelet, please.
Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to join this panel. Every day, across continents, billions of people use digital communication platforms for a multitude of purposes, from allowing the news to finding work opportunities, from organizing social campaigns, to getting health information, to seeking entertainment. Digital platforms are essential to a vision of a global online space that is vibrant, safe, and open, where diverse views can thrive. But we face enormous challenges in making this vision a reality. I will begin with the very basics. First and foremost, today, about half of the world's population are still virtually offline. Those living in rural areas and in developing countries, as well as those experiencing poverty, face acute connectivity challenges. Women, girls, and marginalized groups make up the majority of the unconnected people in the world. Mending the connectivity gap is central to leaving no one behind. To make things worse, many governments are increasingly resorting to internet shutdowns for stifling protests, influencing elections, or hiding abuses. There is no other way of putting this. Internet shutdowns are an affront to human rights. They cut off people's access to reliable information, their connection to family and friends, undermine businesses, block health services, to name just a few of the serious impacts. And if we are to create inclusive societies, digital platforms will have to play a fundamental role, facing the same tensions and hostilities that we find offline. Violent terrorist propaganda, incitement to hatred, and disinformation campaigns spread digitally, at times boosted by algorithmic amplification. Women, minority, and other vulnerable groups are at higher risk of experiencing online violence and hatred. And while platforms can be amazing facilitators of communications and business and work opportunity, they turn very easily into gatekeepers, dominating markets and controlling how people exercise their rights. At the same time, many platforms are built on a systematic abuse of the right to privacy. The scale in which companies are storing and analyzing information about internet users is almost unimaginable. This intrusive practice enables abuses such as targeted disinformation campaigns and data-driven discrimination. It is also a treasure trove for government agencies, both used for legitimate purposes and for the surveillance of dissenters, minorities, and others. In addition, platforms' operations often lack transparency. It is difficult, at times even impossible, for users to have a clear picture of how decisions about online contents are made. This ranges, for example, from why some posts are either promoted or deleted, to whether public authorities have been involved in content decisions. Recently, states have increased their efforts to regulate platforms. Some 40 new social media laws have been adopted worldwide in the last 2 years. Another 30 are under consideration. Many of them have features that put human rights at risk, for example, by applying overly broad definitions of unlawful or harmful content, or by giving state officials broad powers to demand the removal of content, often even without independent judicial oversight. And the new wave of regulation risks further fragmenting the online space. Responses to any of the challenges that I just sketched out must have one sole purpose: to make the digital space more diverse and accessible, open and safe for all. Sustainable and effective responses will put human rights front and center and enable people to communicate regardless of frontiers, as Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights puts it. Dear colleagues, platforms' growing role in shaping the digital world requires new safeguards for human rights. That includes regulation where adverse impact, often with offline repercussions, cannot otherwise be prevented or mitigated. At the same time, we need to avoid giving states new opportunities to control people's free expression. Badly developed regulation could consolidate deeply undemocratic and discriminatory approaches that feed oppression. We need to enhance and demand transparency and accountability of decision-making, both from companies and states. We need more open, transparent, multi-stakeholder discussions on how to regulate speech online and to protect privacy, which is why I very much welcome this gathering. I look forward to hearing the outcome of your discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Ms. Michelle Bachelet, who is the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. So we are very close to her in her job. Now I want to see the video message by Ms. Simonetta Sommaruga. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, digital platforms can be beneficial in many ways. They facilitate the finding of information and allow us to actively participate in public debates. They have increased diversity in opinions. As such, they contribute to freedom of expression. At the same time, digital platforms can have negative impacts, notably when it comes to hate speech and disinformation. Algorithms increasingly determine what we read and what we don't even see. This narrows our reality. We must also think about the long-term effects on our democratic societies, especially as younger people inform themselves mostly through digital platforms. A functioning democracy needs a strong, pluralistic and independent media ecosystem, because without a functioning media, there is no meaningful debate. Digital platforms have their responsibilities in ensuring a functioning public communication. They should take transparent steps in the development and enforcement of community standards. Also, they should put in place mechanisms for reporting and access to redress. Digitalization is not just transforming public communication. It brings opportunities in all sectors of our societies, like health, transport, education, and energy. But we need to make sure that people keep control over their data. In Switzerland, we have been looking at this issue and will discuss it at the Swiss Open Forum on Digital Self-Determination tomorrow. The internet is not a lawless space. We need to maintain trust, encourage cooperation, and develop governance principles to preserve a free, secure, and democratic digital space. All people in the world should benefit from digital opportunities. The IGF provides a great platform for open and equal discussion among all stakeholders on internet governance, including the governance of digital platforms. I would like to thank the government of Poland for hosting the IGF 2021. Let me also commend the UN Secretary General for his decision to set up a leadership panel. This is a great opportunity for the IGF to become more relevant and impactful. Also, we see the IGF well placed to contribute to the development of a global digital compact as suggested by the UNSG in his common agenda. Be assured that Switzerland will continue to politically and financially support the IGF and its global community as an inclusive and effective digital cooperation platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Josh Kalmer, 30 seconds. What do you want to add?
I'll just add how important it is, especially for companies, to engage and to subject themselves to scrutiny and to answer difficult questions and also be a part of the solution, which is why we have worked recognizing our company is a little bit different than a lot that are the subject of the discussion. We've worked with Global Network Initiative, with We Protect, with the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. These are mechanisms that are all just so important for us to get better, to be in communication with the entire universe of stakeholders that matters on these issues.
Thank you, and keep safe our data. So, Mr. Torero, 30 seconds. Do you want to add something? I don't see him on the screen, so maybe. So, Mr. Torero, 30 seconds.
No, only the importance of keeping transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, reliability, and security and privacy of the information. For us as a technical institute, we want to use platforms to share best practices so that farmers can have access to them, but we need to keep all these principles on board. Thank you.
So your fight against fake news is our fight, but I hope that we'll meet again to talk about blockchain and cryptocurrencies for the agricultural world. Goodbye. So Mr. Tawfik Jelassi, so your last word for the panel.
Thank you very much. I talked earlier about the need to go for transparency, and I'm glad that a number of panelists have echoed that. I would like here to be more pragmatic by saying that a few months ago, UNESCO published a major report suggesting 26 high-level indicators to enhance the transparency of internet companies. And here, to be more specific, these 26 high-level principles span across issues related to content, to process, to due diligence, to personal data gathering and use. I invite you maybe to consult. This is a contribution to the debate, obviously. And in this IGF, UNESCO runs 9 sessions, some of which address these issues. I would like to share what we have done and engage in consultations. Together, we can make it happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having been with us. So have a good day and happy hacking. IGF 2021.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust
and to be trusted.
We all despise control
and desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust
and to be trusted.
We all despise control
and desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right, let's...
Yes.
I apologize for the slightly rocky start here, I guess, with the coordinating between the technology operators and those of us who are going to be speaking today. But thank you very much and welcome to this conversation about social responsibility and the internet. I'm Paul Mitchell, and I'm your host for the day for this particular topic. I'll just provide a little bit of setup, and then I'll ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves. And then we have some prepared questions for everyone to take a shot at. And then hopefully we'll have some opportunity left in our time slot to be able to have some interaction between the panelists. So just as a setup, digital transition is well underway, albeit at very different rates and in different places. Every sector of society is touched by the drive to digitize and realize the benefits that are possible. And there's enormous amount of potential for good, but this requires strong awareness and capacity building efforts to meet the challenges, to create technologies that are inclusive and crafted to the real needs of societies in a people-centric way. Today, the panelists, I hope all of you who are panelists, are going to discuss corporate social responsibility in the context of this drive for digitalization and the potential to address some of the most intractable challenges that face the world. There are many ways to define corporate social responsibility, and for our purposes today, we'll start with a basic definition where corporate social responsibility aims at the sustainable governance of digital technologies while respecting human rights. And the CSR role is really key to handling the new relationships between labor and workers and technology, and for achieving equity in access among all of the different sectors of society. We have an excellent panel today, and I have three questions that I'm going to ask the panel. First, what does corporate social responsibility in the digital world mean to you? And what are the chances and challenges of digital transformation? Is it possible to regulate digital technologies without slowing down development and innovation? And if so, what and how should it be regulated to address the social responsibility issues? And finally, how should the relationship between business growth, sustainable development, and governance of digital technologies be defined? I'll ask each of you to hold your initial interventions at 3 minutes so that we'll have enough time to have everyone have an opportunity to speak. And then to close out the session, we'll ask the panelists, they'll have the opportunity to inform us all about any voluntary commitments addressing digital growth and the items that are being discussed today. I'm going to ask each panelist in turn to introduce themselves. And I'll start with Noel Curran.
Hi there, Paul. Good to join you. My name's Noel Curran. I'm Director General of the European Broadcasting Union. We represent 115 different broadcasting, public service broadcasting media organizations in 57 countries. I'm Irish. I was previously worked in public and commercial media and was Director General at the National Broadcaster in Ireland.
Great. Thank you. And Jan?
Yes, good afternoon, Paul. Thank you very much. My name is Jan Kleijsen. I'm Director of Information Society and Action Against Crime at the Council of Europe, an organization which brings together 47 European countries, plus 5 observer states, and it caters for some 820 million European citizens. My responsibilities include internet governance, data protection, artificial intelligence, cybercrime, to name just a few. And I look very much forward to the discussion.
Thank you. I have on my screen int ESP and int FRA. I'm assuming those are placeholders, but if we have any other people on the line, if you could please unmute yourself and let us know you're here.
I'm Lucio Ruiz. I am the Secretary of the Dicastery of Communication of the Holy See, and we are in charge of all the communication of the Holy Father all around the world with different media. I'm coming from Rome.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, I'm Baratang Mia, the founder and the CEO of Girl Hype, Women Who Code Movement. And we focus on teaching women and girls digital skills to make sure that we bridge the digital gap that exists in the tech space. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else? Okay. Then I'd like to go straight to the questions and the discussions. And Jan, perhaps we'll start with you and ask you to answer the question, what does corporate social responsibility in the digital world mean to you, and the chances and challenges of digital transformation?
Thank you very much, Paul. I'll try to stay within the 3 minutes. Like you, let me stress that, of course, digital transformation can be a tremendous force for the good and offers great possibilities to make this world a more equitable, fairer, safer, and also more sustainable place. At the same time, digital transformation can bring considerable risk, and I'll come to that in a moment. And as an organization, the Council of Europe, which was founded to defend human rights, promote the rule of law and democracy, we have started to look at these at a fairly early stage. For instance, data protection, digital transformation brought enormous possibilities to enhance the treatment of data, but of course also the manipulation or abuse of data and infringement of the right to privacy, which is why 40 years ago the Council of Europe established the world's first convention, first treaty on the protection of personal data. 20 years ago, the first convention against cybercrime, which has since been followed by a number of specific treaties to fight the abuse of children, specifically also online, thinking of child pornography and other forms of abuse, grooming. A more recent treaty we have is on medicrime, falsification of medical products, to give you just some of the examples of issues that need to be dealt with. We are a lawmaking organization. We try to deal with the challenges through the adoption of common legal standards, but binding legal standards, treaties which will be are transposed into national law, and where the parties to these treaties help each other or control each other in the execution of their obligations and the implementation of the provisions of the treaties. I think that is important to stress here. In order to do so, we very much need the private sector. It is clear that corporate social responsibility, which I would understand as the awareness and willingness of the private sector to shoulder responsibilities that come with the development of their products in a way that, from the Council of Europe point of view, respects human rights, respects the rule of law, and is conducive to the democratic process and not harmful to it, that companies shoulder these responsibilities and accept them. A number of these treaties I just mentioned, these legal texts, directly address the private sector. For instance, the Convention on the Sexual Abuse of Children has a couple of provisions that directly are addressed to the private sector. We have a whole series of policy recommendations that do the same. In order to involve the private sector even more with our work, with the lawmaking, the Council of Europe has opened up a partnership some 5 years ago now, and currently some 28 major telephone companies from around the world have signed with the Council of Europe an exchange of letters in order to promote human rights, rule of law and democracy through their work with us. And we give them a seat at the table. I'll stop here now, and we'd be very happy to elaborate further in relation to the more specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to actually move to Maya Baratang and have your view on this particular topic.
For me, I believe that the Sustainable Developmental Goals of the UN focus on addressing human rights and the planet's well-being by way of 17 goals that already encompasses poverty eradication and the promotion of health, women, climate, and more. Essentially, what the SDGs are doing is focusing on transforming the world already and giving a guidance to corporate social investment. And this is a good foundation to guide for a better world. We are trying to transform the world, but we aren't doing much to transform the individuals leading the movement and the individuals that are creating and deploying technology. That focus on individuals needs to be immediate, because in that way, we're shifting their minds from being driven by profit, focal point, to one of growth and addressing the 17 goals that are already elaborated by the UN. And that way we can have tangible motive and the betterment of all the humankind. Sustainable development and digital technologies for all intents and its purpose is connected. However, the bias is an inherent old as human civilization. This can and is currently seen in businesses and the technology being deployed being inherently biased towards race, gender, disability, and even age. Historically and to date, members of dominant groups or nations make biased decisions to the detriment of other groups or nations. Transforming of individuals, which I believe is the biggest thing, especially the leaders in the tech space, with transforming their mindset is truly at the core of inclusion. That's the power to total societal impact. I come from Africa, a continent of early adopters of technology. The youth of Africa are extremely hungry for inclusive opportunities, not just by words, but by deeds. An inclusive business model does not have to necessarily come from governments. It can come directly from business leaders themselves. There are companies that are currently bigger than nations, and their profits are bigger than some African countries' fiscal budgets. So what we are asking technology creators and big business to do is to focus and realize that humanity is at its core and it needs to be saved. Because at the moment and at the rate we are producing technology and AI, people are already scared of losing jobs. People are already scared of what's going to happen to them in the future. And technology is not there to create such mindsets. Technology is supposed to create opportunities and change people's lives. As a Black female entrepreneur, the most significant part of my journey in contributing to bridging the gender gap in tech and bridging inclusiveness in the space is realizing that it's going to be a big challenge, especially because the industry is still very white and male dominated. I've also been, my job at the moment has been part of going around and encouraging big tech businesses to realize that essentially we are their partners. And customers. If this is understood, big tech businesses will comprehend that their success in the next 100 years will depend on us buying their products. And if we're not included, we won't be part of buying. How do you buy a product that's against you, that's not improving your life in any way but making profits for someone? I find that very challenging. And at the moment, we live in a world where a global generation is extremely conscious of justice. People are taking it upon their hands. Equity and equality is something that's at the forefront. The injustice against humanity and our planet is not being tolerated anymore. The global youth have high standards and are holding corporates accountable to their actions. We've already seen that happening all over the world. Business leaders that are becoming more influential at this time of our lives come from the tech space. We already see where the trends are going, what decisions are they making, and what kind of the future they're holding for us. And because of that, we need to bring them to the table and realize that IGF and any other movement that's trying to govern sustainability and inclusion has to have them in the forefront of decision-making, because they are the ones who are building tech and deploying and deciding the future, because at the moment, tech is really deciding the future. Their personal ambitions of profit-making model is slowly moving away. I've seen that happening at the World Economic Forum discussions and how people are discussing and negotiating businesses. Business deals now, the language is moving from profit to how can I make a difference. Those businesses that are speaking like that on how can I make a difference, that will show in their profits, and it will show in how loyal us as their customers will be, because they would be inclusive and they would include all of us as human beings. Those are the businesses and investors that I see succeeding in the future that focus on sustainable global impact. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'll turn to Monsignor Ruiz, please.
Thank you. About the corporate social responsibility, no? Newton's third law of motion said, for every action, there is an equal an opposite reaction. More generally, we can say for every action there are a reaction, and in our life we can say every action has a consequences, both positive and negative. Keeping this principle in the mind is fundamental, and for me is the heart of the social responsibility. It must be applied in all situations and regard individuals, society, and our world, our common home. We must therefore consider the positive and negative consequences of our actions. It is not possible to talk about the real progress and real development if part of the humanity can be displaced, replaced, confused, and lose the meaning of life. As everybody knows, there are many developments that have resulted with these consequences. Well, it is therefore important to talk about the chances and challenges. The chances, the wonderful of everything that can contemplate in the digital age. Also the promises for emerging technologies. There is not doubt about the great potential that the digital transformation produces. Is really a beautiful dream. But that is also our challenge, remain into the dream. Being trapped in fascination over technological achievement without looking at the negative consequences, without looking for those who are left behind. It is necessary to look at the harm that can be done. And not only to be fascinating, but the beautiful thing that can be achieved. To really dream big, we must consider any possible effect of our action and decision. Today's world is experiencing too much suffering and also death. Development in nutrition, health, education, and also freedom, privacy, security, peace, are not aligned with technological progress. They don't grow at the same pace. Well, for me, social responsibility in the digital world means being accountable by design. Accountable by design. To look all the consequences, positive one to promote, negative one to avoid. For all the action, for today and for tomorrow, for the individuals, for the society, and for the world, our common home.
Thank you very much. I really liked the beautiful dream concept and accountable by design, and I think we maybe come back to that in a little bit. Move on to another question to build our framework here. Is it possible, do you think, to regulate digital technologies without slowing down development and innovation? And if so, what should be regulated and how should it be regulated to address social responsibility concerns? And just go in the same order, I think it's okay. So let's start with Noel.
Start with me, is it?
Yes.
All right, okay. Hi. In terms of the, yes is the answer. You know, I work in the media business and the broadcasting business, and it's been one of the most innovative areas over the last 20 years that we've seen in terms of reacting to audience trends, but it's also regulated. And I think that it is, you know, the two are not mutually exclusive. And I think it's important that we realize that, and particularly realize it when it comes to looking at the digital sector. I think the last thing we want to do is stop innovation in the digital sector. It is a massive benefit to our society. It is bringing a huge amount of positives, a lot of negatives as well that we really need to be wary of, but it is bringing a huge amount of positives. I think the kind of regulation that we need to see is back to a lot of kind of basic values. It's around elements like transparency, where we understand better the choices and decisions that are being made around algorithms, etc., by these platforms. I think it comes down to sharing, you know, be it data or be it other elements like that. I think it comes down to a key component, which is findability, which is who makes the choice when you are looking for information, who makes the choice and designs the algorithm that will present some information to you before others. What are the decision-making processes? How do you find trusted sources of news and information? And what, as I say, are the technological decisions that are being made behind that? So I think you've got a whole range of things like that. And, you know, I think there are strides being made. I think we've seen the debate shift, I think, in recent times around what are the responsibilities of those in the technical sector. I think we've seen a lot more focus on, and we've seen the negative impact of disinformation. So I think we've seen a lot more focus on what is causing this, how can we stop that? So I think the ground has shifted in some regards around all of this. And I think we've seen it at European level with the Digital Services Act, the Digital Marketing Act. We've seen it in terms of commissions and groups looking at misinformation and disinformation, and we're actively involved in a lot of those. And we've seen it at organizational level, where organizations are trying to work with some of the tech companies and tech giants around what we might achieve in terms of voluntary or not regulation to ensure that the public receive trusted sources of information, to also to ensure that the public are protected against all of those negative downsides that you have on when it comes to some of the innovations and some of the technology that we're seeing. So I feel that there is a realization. I think that needs a realization of a need for some regulation. And I think we're now at a stage of trying to shape exactly what that is. But I say again, this is not about stopping innovation. And I do not believe that having regulation necessarily stops, having the correct type of regulation necessarily stops innovation and development in the technology sector. Paul, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Paul, sorry.
I'm sorry, having microphone problems today. I just wanted to thank you for the outline there, and turn to Mia next. And Mia, could you share your views on the regulation question?
I agree with the previous speaker that we can't really stifle innovation, and creativity. I just think regulations have to be there for ethical reasons, because I think what happens with technology is that it enables us to solve lots of human problems. And that comes through creativity and innovation and the freedom of the creator to be able to test different algorithms. What we need is to get our governments to really get the infrastructure right, to get the data access, the models that are being tested in terms of creation of new technologies, have a better framework in terms of the research being done, the rollout, people have proper internet access to be able to participate in the early stages of technology. Because at the moment, we're still building tools, testing them if they work or they don't work. Now, if we regulate that, we're really going to stifle innovation. Technology enables us to live longer. I mean, look, we just came from COVID, and we need lots and lots of research and innovation. With that in mind, if we regulate too much, then we lose the point of the revolution of industrialization and technologies. The challenge at the moment is that it's generating a massive divide, of the digital divide and the divide between the rich and the poor. And it's now perpetuating rich nations and poor nations to be in charge. Now that, I don't think it's regulations that we need, but I think it's interventions of coming up with good standard and good models and proper governance that is united globally to make sure that both quantitative and qualitative research from both industry and society is done properly, and it's increasing the real average global human life and betterment of all of us. The ethics should be right. Whose ethics is it? It's something that we all need to discuss, and it's something that we need to get right as the global community, because at the moment, all our ethics are quite interesting. But I think if we leave technology to the technology deployers and technology creators to do whatever they need, it's a loss. We need a balance. Now, how that is going to be balanced, I think it's something that we need to discuss through standards and better norms. And it doesn't have to evolve with time. It has to be done curbing, making sure that our planet is not being damaged in the process of creating technology, and human life is not going to be more injustice against humanity because somebody is creating technology. If they can cap their biases, that would be better.
Thank you. And Jan.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, self-regulation and is often heard as, often advanced as an alternative to regulation. But I would state here, I would like to argue that in the field of new technologies, whereas self-regulation can be a very useful complementary tool, it is not sufficient. And let me perhaps take the example of the current crisis we're in, the pandemic, because I'm afraid the fact that we are meeting online is on the one hand a tribute to the power of technology and to all the innovation, and on the other hand, of course, also an example of our limits there. It is clear that artificial intelligence, for instance, has greatly enhanced the development of vaccines. I think the real-time sharing, the extremely rapid analysis of data, other machine learning processes that contributed to the development of the vaccine have given us tools that we wouldn't have had, say, 10 years ago. At the same time, staying with the pandemic, artificial intelligence, no doubt, is also playing a role, continues to play a role in the polarization of our societies because of the way social media, for instance, and internet service providers channel information, the algorithms that are at work there, the filter bubbles that are created, the lack of access to alternative views that an increasingly large number of people are having. We see this with the pandemic. We see this also in the overall democratic debate and in the political landscape in an increasing number of countries. The question was, how does one define the relationship between regulation and innovation? I would say it's mutually reinforcing. Again, staying with the pandemic, the medicine industry, medical industry, is one of the most tightly regulated areas on the planet, sectors of industry on the planet. Yet, as the vaccines have shown, also highly innovative, extremely innovative. And the very strict regulation has in no ways hampered innovation, but it has, I think, produced good innovation for the improvement of a situation. Self-regulation, of course, ethical standards can be extremely useful as a source of inspiration. But let's make no mistake, they do not confer rights on users or citizens, and they do not confer obligations, legal obligations on the companies or those that use them. And importantly, they also do not offer remedies if something goes wrong. So with government regulation, co-regulation, if you like, of course, with industry very much on board in designing the regulation, one can, I think, create, like for the medicine industry, the medical sector, a framework which enhances innovation, but does confer rights, does provide for remedies, and does create obligations. It also has the additional advantage of creating a level playing field. With self-regulation, certain companies may be much stricter than others, and that might put them perhaps at a comparative advantage or disadvantage, according to your point of view. When you have regulation, international regulation, you will create a level playing field for companies, which I think is in the interest of their business models. It's certainly also in the interest, I think, of their customers and of the citizens. On artificial intelligence, for instance, the Council of Europe has just finished the elements that will go into what we hope will be the world's first treaty on artificial intelligence, on which negotiations will start at the beginning of next year. It is being drafted with the participation of not only the member states, but also a whole series of non-member states, but very importantly, industry and civil society. So a multi-stakeholder concept, very well known to the IGF discussions. And I think that format offers the best guarantees to ensure that innovation will be innovation for the good, that the products will be trustworthy, that the processes leading to these products will be transparent, and that the users are not just objects, but subjects with rights and remedies. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great lead into actually a little bit, the opportunity to discuss a little bit more the relationship between business and business growth and how businesses make decisions about things like deciding on self-regulation or trying to propose various ethical standards, and how we can create alignment at a global level where it's possible, where it may not be possible. How do we address the differences that will then, be part of the ecosystem that we are all sort of trying to work in together? I'm open to any of the panelists for a little bit of discussion on that.
Well, I just come in on that briefly, Paul. I think, I go back to something that Maya said earlier on. I think that businesses are realizing the benefits of policies and goals that look at issues like sustainability, that look at issues like diversity. Not across the board, but I think a lot of businesses are. Certainly within our own field, we know that First off, they are core to our values. We also know that they are increasingly important to our audiences, particularly young audiences. We know we have a long way to go in some of these areas. You know, again, I agree with Maya that the media industry is too white, too male, too particular demographics dominated. But I do think there is a growing realization of the importance of these issues. So I think that elements like that are really positive. I think you mentioned there about you know, how businesses will make decisions around issues like self-regulation or not. I think a lot of businesses will opt for self-regulation as a first option, and I would totally agree with Jan that self-regulation has a role to play in certain areas and in certain areas of media. My experience of dealing with the tech companies is that self-regulation doesn't work. You know, I was on the EU expert group on misinformation, and you know, I think some of these larger organizations need to be pushed, and they need to know that regulation will follow if they don't adhere to set goals and sign up to and deliver on those. So I think, you know, in those kind of areas, I think there are some areas where there is common agreement, and I think it's now a matter of the governing bodies finding how we can implement those in terms of sustainability goals, in terms of diversity, in terms of issues like regulation, and what is the most practical and effective way of getting real change in those areas for us.
Thank you. Monsignor Ruiz, I
yeah.
wonder if you have some thoughts in this area.
Yeah, I want to add just a little idea about the present argument about the regulation and promotion, because I think that is necessary to put together both things, because promotion and regulation are not the opposite things, but both together must work and allow us to walk in the right direction. That means no one that really love, that really want to live, understand that the control, the limitation of something that could be wrong is something bad. And for this reason, the question of the control, the regulation, is to define the meaning, the objective, the goal of this regulation. Because if the regulation is good, it's something that promotes more and more the action. It's something that allows us to develop better and for all the people in the world. We need to assure that everybody in the world can access to the technology, because there are many people in the world that doesn't have the technology and need also just for their life. Well, that for me is extremely important. It's not the opposite thing. It's something that must work together, because one and the other working together can allow us to really develop something better and something sure for everybody.
Can't hear you, Paul.
I wonder if
Paul?
If you have thoughts about the role of standardization across this particular topic. Open for anyone. Okay, no takers. We've talked a little bit about how to think about the movement towards corporate social responsibility, and the idea that we have self-regulation and regulation, formal regulation happening at the same time. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to where you think the boundary lines should be between the self-regulation and formal regulatory body regulation.
If I may, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the boundary line for us here at the Council of Europe, for the member states of the Council of Europe, would lie where the effects of the technology, or the use of the technology rather, the way it's being implemented, would have a direct effect on what would be considered the basic human rights or basic elements of rule of law or of democracy. To give you an example, to stay perhaps with the example of artificial intelligence, but as a form of digital transformation, digital technology. When governments use artificial intelligence, for instance, law enforcement uses facial recognition, which we know can lead and has led to clear cases of discrimination, of clear cases of interferences with people's rights, then there is a clear need to go beyond self-regulation. When it comes to a lot of other uses rather of artificial intelligence, perhaps the music industry, whether you are suggested a Beatles song or a Rolling Stones song is not such a major impact, although some might argue, but perhaps it's not such a major impact on your basic, or has such a direct effect on your basic rights. Self-regulation may well do the trick. But in all areas where the use of new technologies, digital technologies, especially the use by governments, but also where governments allow private actors to use digital technologies, which have a huge impact on the rights of citizens. And I stay with facial recognition because I mentioned law enforcement when it's used by the state, but we also know that, for instance, a lot of private actors now use facial recognition with, of course, consequences for people's privacy and other rights. So when that's the case, I would argue that is where the line is crossed, where self-regulation can be a useful form of inspiration, but that it is not sufficient because it simply does not offer enough protection.
Okay, thank you. If in our final few minutes, I think this is an opportunity for each of you to outline a little bit what you plan to do. If you've got anything on the drawing board that is new and interesting in this space, and share your thoughts and potential commitments in this space. Ask Mia first and take it away.
I look at the new technologies that are coming up now as a big concern for public health. Most women are using digital technologies. They're not creators of technology. And the biggest driver of social illnesses, most women are seeing psychologists. Young people are so into technology so much that they're not taking into consideration what are the effects of technology that are not written. So we look at the benefits, but what it's doing to the society and the health, emotional health of young people, and what the driver of what women should be doing, and not women having no jobs in the tech space being the biggest driver for what I do. So for me, I would continue making sure that there's enough investment going to women, advocating for women's rights and the biasnesses that's coming through AI to be taken into consideration, and work with the big businesses themselves, because I firmly believe that the creators of technology don't intentionally want to be biased or racist or injustice that is happening out of the use of technology. It's not their intention. They just want to solve issues of the world. And in the process of solving problems of the world, other issues are popping up. And that balance is where I fit in and where we fit in as governance to make sure that history does not repeat itself again of a pattern that excludes the same people over and over through history.
And Monsignor Ruiz?
Well, if the challenge is how to promote and develop in the inclusive and diverse technologies, I personally believe that the key is education, and the challenge is the personal responsibility as a basis of the social responsibility. Because in an educated freedom, we can find the help to use what the digital culture can offer, and that is wonderful. Follow also an ethical path to value the human person, request the transparency to know exactly what happened, and demand a legislation in order to control and to promote the creativity. For this reason, from our part, our commitment, as you want, I can say 3 steps. First is trying to study in order to understand every day better what is exactly inclusive and diverse innovation, and which is the role of the emergent technologies in order to share it around the world. Second step is the training in the application of the digital technologies in order to apply it in the promotion of the human being, the human dignity, and the meaning of life. And the third one is to work in a team to develop a thought in an ethical way, ethical path for the digital age.
Thank you. Noel?
Yeah, I think for us, 3 things as well. One is that we will continue to invest, our members continue to invest in innovation in this area. We have huge technology and innovation departments. Even within the EBU, we're pushing a lot of new innovative digital services around European news, around detecting fake news, AI, etc. So I think we would definitely commit that we will continue to innovate. We will also commit to continuing to try and provide trusted sources of news, be it through our own services, be it through what we invest in training of journalism and fact-checking in all of the standards that we apply, because I think that that is also critical. We also work with others. We're part of the Trusted Journalism Trust Initiative, with organizations like Reporters Without Borders. We're part of the Trusted News Initiative, which the BBC leads, media organizations around the world. So we will continue to commit to that. And then finally, we will continue to push for a regulatory change and push for proper governance of the kind of technological and digital environment and innovations that we're seeing. And we will continue to push it for that at Brussels level, at international level, and at national level. So I think for us, they're the 3 things that we would very happily commit to in terms of this.
Great, thank you. And Jan, you get the last word.
Thank you very much. For us, the coming year, as mentioned, we'll start negotiations on a legal framework, hopefully a treaty, on artificial intelligence based on our standards, Council of Europe standards, human rights, democracy, and rule of law, to come up with overall principles we'll negotiate that, as mentioned, together with business and also civil society at the table. We will also be, have started work and will continue work on more specific legal standards on particular applications of artificial intelligence. For instance, self-driving cars. Work is underway towards a possible, again, a convention, a legal treaty, legal standards on the responsibilities relating to self-driving cars. And we'll also be looking at, very much like Noel, on the impact of digital technologies on freedom of expression in the widest possible sense. So these are three of our priorities for the coming years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you for participating today. We are right on time, and I hope you all have an excellent IGF this week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello? Do people hear me? Just a moment. Yeah, okay. I'm not hearing you. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
If you can hear me? Great, great.
Yes, I
Hello.
can hear you,
Yes. Yes, good to have you, finally. The music kind of stopped.
Did we lose the moderator? Okay.
Do you hear me? Yeah, everything fine?
There was a breakup just now.
Okay, if there's anything, just let me know, because the connection could disrupt anytime. But hopefully, we're all good people, so we should all be fine. And let me kindly ask all my panelists to switch their camera on so that we know who are there. And if everybody is there, I know 2 of our panelists would join us momentarily. So we should have 5 people on with video, and I am okay. Great. I see 2 guests on site. Great. So that's the right number of people. So without much ado, let me get things going. And warm welcome and hello from middle of the night here in Beijing. I'm Li Xin from CGTN. It's a great honor to be able to host this high-level leaders track on building equitable employment conditions and competences for the future of work as part of the 16th Annual Internet Governance Forum that is being held in a hybrid manner from Katowice, Poland. I hope I say the name correctly. I would have loved to be there, but unfortunately, something is preventing us. But thank God we have good technology, and that is also part of our discussion today. So the future of work is facing changes, including a shift in demand towards ICT professionals, a move to independent, flexible, and freelance employment, a need for keeping pace with technological evolutions, and a transfer of human capacities to more reflective, creative, and complex tasks. A case in point for me as a TV presenter is the onslaught of AI presenters whose makeup is always perfect and never make mistakes. But how will these new technologies impact labor markets and income distribution? We don't know fully yet. What we know is that the right policy mix and institutional arrangements can and are needed to help employers and potential employees to adapt and thrive. And that's an important discussion to be had. That's why we're hosting this high-level leaders track on how governments and international organizations and private sector can further and better collaborate to help adopt and diffuse new technologies while addressing their negative consequences. Our discussion will focus on policy alternatives, from educational ones addressing early education, including STEM-focused and constant reskilling for future employment, to ones dealing with new forms of balancing in employment relationships. The panel will reflect on policies that can help employees and society at large to manage the transition with as little disruption and as many benefits as possible. And I hope our discussion today will have as little disruption and as much usefulness as possible for all of you who are watching us either online or offline on site. Let me introduce with great pleasure the distinguished panelists we are going to have, or we already have with us. We will welcome Ms. Carmen Lejía Valderrama. She is Minister of Information Technologies and Communications from Colombia. She will join us momentarily. We have, and I'm going to try here, Mr. Wojciech Mrczek, Secretary of State, Ministry of Science and Education from Poland, our host country. Please correct me if I pronounce the name not so accurately. We will have Mr. Thorsten Schäfer-Gümbel, who is member of the management board of the Agency for International Cooperation, or GIZ, from Germany. He will join us momentarily as well. But we do have Ms. Ranalia Abdul Rahim, Senior Vice President of Strategy, Communications and Engagement of Internet Society. She's joining us online. We have Mr. Luc McKend, Head of Growth Markets and Head of Government Sector of EMEA LATAM from LinkedIn. We have Mr. John Van Vakaitis, who is Director of Google for Education International, joining us online. And we also have on site Mr. Benga Cezanne, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. So the warmest welcome to all of you. I'm not hearing any applause. I suppose people are applauding, but that's fine. We are going to imagine as we go ahead. But with such a distinguished panel and a very mixed perspective and from different part of the world, I'm really looking forward to the conversation. So let's go right ahead and start with the structured discussion. We're going to have three main topics, and I'm going to ask my panelists to give their thoughts and perspectives under these three different perspectives. Each of our panelists will have 3 minutes maximum to make their interventions, and we'll want to hear as much as possible. And finally, we'll have some concluding remarks if people feel the need to do so. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to ask the first question, which is about policies, because a major current topic of discussion is the need for policies that target early education, including STEM-focused education, to prepare our young people for the future of work and new technologies. So I want to ask all of you, coming from public and private sectors and international organizations, how do you think this global need can be addressed? And if I may have the honor to ask our guest from our host country, Poland, Mr. Mrczek, the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Science and Education, to please go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Szanowni Państwo, zdajemy sobie sprawę z dynamiki zmian, które zachodzą. Ta dynamika jeszcze uległa większemu przyspieszeniu ze względu na czas pandemii.
Have been accelerated by the difficult time of the pandemic. We have realized that there are certain areas that are especially sensitive, and I'm referring, for example, to healthcare, but also I'm referring to the economy. In many regions of the world, the economy has suffered a lot due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we all realize that on the one hand, we have been working hard for many years to prepare our children, teenagers, and young graduates to be able to cope on the labor market. But on the other hand, we are facing dynamic changes which require us to operate within the constantly changing environment, within an environment that is constantly undergoing change. So that is a huge challenge. And it's a global one as well. We need to create specific mechanisms that will allow us to foresee the direction of change in the development of states and economies. We also need to be able to forecast changes that are necessary in education, and that is something that is essential, and it's essential on a global scale, and that's why we need to support good practices and institutions that allow us to tackle these challenges. We are aware of the fact that we really need to start early on. And so in Poland, we are implementing the post-pandemic recovery program, which includes an element of digitization. So we intend to strengthen digital education in school or even before that, in kindergartens, preschools. So this process is extremely important, and it must be continued in primary and secondary schools. So we are trying to prepare specific projects and programs, and we need to adjust them to the target group and to specific ages so that children can play and learn to code, for example, to learn to program equipment which might be necessary in the era of Industry 4.0. We are doing that because we are aware of the current challenges. So we can see the new emerging challenges, and we are adapting the educational offer, but we are also working on the infrastructure. For example, we want to teach children about technologies that rely on hydrogen, for example. We want to teach them about artificial intelligence, to make them understand what it involves. We can see that children enjoy the virtual world, so we want to use that virtual world to teach them about the real world. So, for example, in terms of Industry 4.0, in terms of robots, it's important to teach children how to, for example, write code or design robots. But also we want to teach children to use tools, such as, for example, a screwdriver. So we want to keep it real at the same time, because we need to shape specific habits, and we need to start very early on. Then we can go on and strengthen those habits and skills. It is a huge challenge to develop skills in order to have competent people who will be able to assess the skills of children and young people. We need people who are able to identify the challenges in the labor market, who will be able to identify future challenges that will require specific skills in future. So we want to start working with children to prepare them, to make them ready to make the right choices in the future. So it's not about finding a job, any kind of a job in the labor market. We need to create jobs that will help our societies grow faster and develop faster, but we also want to create jobs that will be rewarding for the people who have them. We want people to have the feeling that they are doing something useful. And we also want to adopt an interdisciplinary approach. We want to teach people how to work in teams, how to see a broader context of what they are doing, so that they can work together and share the skills that they have. So as a state, we are responsible for working with young people, for teaching them to be able to cooperate with others on an international level as well. We want to teach them that we are all facing huge challenges, and that forces us to work in teams. There is no other way. We need to cooperate with others. Many things are becoming global right now. So we share similar challenges related to energy, related to climate, and related to other aspects. And so we need to adopt a similar perspective in many countries, and we need to make sure that our education systems teach our children to face up to those challenges.
Technologia, która powinna, szczególnie nauczyliśmy się wielu rzeczy w tym czasie pandemii.
We have learned a lot during the pandemic. We have learned a lot about how technology can support education.
Stają jako wyzwania przed nami, ale też
and we need to continue working on that. There are many challenges that are involved, but we need to make sure that we share best practices, that we share information. There is another important aspect, which is to make sure that science and education is open in terms of the content and in terms of the methods and the technologies that are involved, so that we can perceive certain challenges as challenges that we are all facing on a global scale, because only then can we use and take advantage of the effect of synergy. And in this way, we will achieve positive results. So these are the aspects that we need to discuss. We also realize that for many states, it is a challenge to highlight science and education and foreground them. We know that it is thanks to science that we have managed to, for example, develop vaccines that allow us to cope with the pandemic. So a lot of progress has been made, but to a large extent it was possible thanks to pre-existing research foundations. So we need to adopt a global perspective on challenges. And as we can see, we have managed to do just that in the face of a global crisis. The world of science, the world of research, looks for answers and offers answers to the most pressing challenges. And I think that events such as this one are a great opportunity to share good practices, to share experience, and to set joint objectives. That's something that is very important for everyone.
tego typu spotkania jak to w Katowicach, ale też w wymiarze, jak widać i słychać, globalnym.
We are meeting here in Katowice, but we are also present globally thanks to technology. And hopefully this will open our eyes to important problems, and we will take stock of what we have, of what we can offer, and so that we can support each other and share best practices. That is the only way that will allow us to get positive results in an ever-changing world.
A ta lista jest rzeczywiście bardzo długa, dlatego też wspieramy.
We have a lot of challenges to address, and that's why we support many initiatives. We work with young children, we work with children in primary schools, in secondary schools, we work with university students, so we have plenty of programs and projects that are implemented by the state government in Poland. We are active in what we are doing, and we want our solutions to offer a continuous approach to the education process.
And we want them to be synergistic. So I suppose that's it on my part as an introductory remark, and I will be interested to listen to the other panelists.
Thank you so much, Minister Mrtzek, for that very comprehensive answer to the first question. And I have noted a few keywords such as targeted, early, continuous, digital infrastructure, interdisciplinary, international, and open, of course. Thank you so much for that great start to the discussion. I would love to introduce the other two guests who have joined us just now. They are Ms. Carmen Ligia Valderrama, who is Minister of Information Technologies and Communications from Colombia. Welcome to the discussion. We have also been joined by Mr. Thorsten Schäfer-Gümbel, who is member of the Management Board of the Agency for International Cooperation, or GIZ, from Germany. So they're both joining us online. Without much ado, let me hand over to Minister Valderrama for her intervention. What is being done in Colombia to prepare children from an early age on for the changing dynamics in education. 3 minutes, please. Madam, please unmute your microphone, yes. Please, unmute your microphone. You're still muted. We don't hear you yet. Yes, right now. Please go ahead.
Está encendido. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Ya me están escuchando en este momento?
Now we hear you, yes.
Ok, muy bien. Lo primero sea saludarles muy especialmente. Permítanme decirles que me siento muy honrada de poder participar en este panel sobre este tema tan relevante para todas las naciones. Hoy creo que no hay nación en el planeta Tierra que no esté interesado y dándole toda la prioridad a este asunto, enfrentar pues desde la política pública los grandes retos de la transformación digital para ponerla al servicio de la gente es nuestra prioridad. De esta manera, pues quisiera compartirles cuál ha sido y cuál está siendo.
This afternoon, I'd like to talk about the Colombian experiences so far with respect to digital transformation. We are certain that we need to be an ally for the younger generation with respect to all of the disciplines related to the digital transformation. And so the Colombian government and the ministry that I represent, that is the Ministry of Information Technologies and Communication, well, we have jointly with other ministries reached the conclusion that we need to implement policies and strategies that accelerate digital transformation in order to breach the digital divide that is still observed in Colombia, both with respect to access to digital technologies and the use of digital technologies. So as the Ministry of Information Technologies and Communications, we are the leader of the joint effort. But the effort has to be interdisciplinary and intersectoral. And so the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, and all other ministries are also involved in the work on the transformation policies. Our public policy includes all sorts of digital transformation programs, and I'd like to summarize them as follows. First and foremost, we want to nurture talents, and secondly, we want to promote digital transformation in enterprises. Speaking of education, speaking of nurturing talents that are required throughout the education system, this is a priority for us. We try to stimulate interest in the disciplines that are related to science and STEM subjects, and that helps us encourage students to select science subjects as their study majors. We focus on STEM subjects at the level of primary school and secondary school, making it possible for students to go on and study science at the level of university. On the other hand, in cooperation with enterprises, we also run programs that involve the use of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and so forth, ensuring that these advanced technologies are also taught at universities so that university graduates can quickly be adapted to the requirements in the labor market. What is very important is the implementation of the knowledge gained during your studies on the labor market. So be it small enterprises or larger enterprises, there is an enormous need, and not just in Colombia, but across the world. There is a great need to educate people who will have the necessary technical knowledge, who will have knowledge on ICT technologies, because these people will support the development of world economies. And so we focus on education that centers on the STEM subjects, but we also analyze the needs of the labor market on an ongoing basis. And so our policies are well defined. We want to empower human talents, and we would like to be able to tap into the potential of these new skills for the benefit of the society at large. And so both in the sector of industry as well as in the sector of agriculture, we want to ensure that university graduates will support the development of the two sectors, and we have already observed a lot of success in that respect. We believe that the state, in realizing the need for educating people in scientific disciplines, needs to create the necessary conditions.
Thank you, Madam, for that very brief but very focused intervention, I understand that Colombia sees the great need in the transformation of education towards the digital era, and you emphasize very much the role of enterprises, both in providing the education and in helping training young talents. And this education is extremely well defined according to the need of the labor market. Thank you so much for that Colombian perspective. Next, let's hear from some international organizations. What do they think can be done to meet the need, the global need for young talents for the digital age? Let me go to Ms. Ronalia Abdul Rahim, Senior Vice President of Strategy, Communications and Engagement from Internet Society. Please, Ms. Rahim, 有请.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. So here's my view on the question that you posed. It would be in the best interest of every country to have national policies that target early education, to prepare young people for the future of work and new technologies. What's important is to ensure that the policies are inclusive, that they foster access to learning resources for disadvantaged groups, such as those living in rural areas or in poverty, ethnic minorities, speakers of minority languages, and those with disabilities. This includes having effective mechanisms for addressing gender inequalities in education and for improving opportunities and outcomes for girls, particularly in STEM education. But education policies alone won't be sufficient. They need supportive access and connectivity policies in place to be effective. Over the years, the internet has proven to be instrumental for learning and development of people and nations. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us just how much we depend on the internet and its resilience, an attribute of its distributed governance model. The lesson of the pandemic, as people are forced to stay at home, is plain and clear. No internet means no access to remote education, work, or health services. Socioeconomic growth and potential for many countries have been damaged. As we move towards a future that is more technologically driven, with emphasis on blended learning, the world's internet and digital dependency will only increase. But benefits accrue mainly to those that are connected. This inequality is the challenge that societies around the world are grappling with today. We all know that nearly half the world's population are still offline. The majority of them are women, and most in developing countries. If they are left unconnected, what is the future of education and work for them and their children? Universal access is needed to unlock the internet's value for supporting education and national development of the future. To get to universal access, access to the internet needs to be affordable for people. Access to broadband internet in particular is key if benefits for education and development are to be reaped. Here are 5 things that are needed to enable access based on lessons learned from countries around the world. First, a governmental commitment to keeping the internet on and not to shut it down. Internet shutdowns are costly with adverse social and economic effects. Second, a legal and regulatory framework that stimulates investment in connectivity, that spurs competition and lowers access prices. Third, flexible and innovative funding approaches, and this includes effective deployment of universal access funds and service programs. Fourth, national broadband strategies and universal access programs that include the participation of educational institutions and national research and education networks. And finally, diverse models for access and use, including community-based access initiatives such as community networks, educational networks, and local R&D initiatives that generate these diverse models. I conclude by emphasizing that successful approaches to meeting the educational needs of the future require serious and equal focus on both education and access policies. Thank you, and back to you, Ms. Liu.
Thank you so much, Ronalia. Exactly, as I was researching for this topic, I was almost shocked to learn that almost half of the world are still digitally offline. That's according to the statistics from the United Nations. And most of that is for women and for developing countries. So you have highlighted a very important aspect that need to be addressed. Many thanks to Ronalia. Next, let's go to Mr. Luke McKent, Head of Growth Markets and Head of Government Sector from EMEA and LATAM regions from LinkedIn. Mr. McKent, please go ahead.
And thank you very much for having me on the panel. It's hard to argue with anything that any of the panelists have already mentioned. I just perhaps want to add a few additional comments. I think the primary question from my perspective would be, what kind of future are we actually preparing our youth for? If we believe that the only future that we're preparing them for is a technological future, I suspect that we're probably missing a trick. Yes, of course, STEM education is incredibly important, and the ongoing digitalization of our economies is something that will be continuing for decades to come. But there are a couple of other things that we need to take into account that I think are incredibly important. One of which is the softer skills that will continue to be needed to be developed in order for us to make full use of all of the digital talent that we have in our economies. And what could those look like? I think we're looking at how do we collaborate effectively? How do we teach collaboration? How do we teach problem solving? How do we develop the kind of foundational skills that enable the children of today to become the adults of the future that love lifelong learning? Because that is probably the primary skill that all of us are going to have to adopt in order to be consistently relevant throughout our careers. One of the biggest challenges that I think, never mind governments, but any private sector organization has at the moment is keeping up with the pace of change and the changing needs of the skill sets of our employees from a day-to-day basis. If I think about when I started my career, a short, maybe 25 years ago, many of the job titles that now exist within the organization that I currently work for did not exist. In fact, many of those job titles didn't exist 10 years ago. So how do we develop educational systems that are flexible and adaptable enough to cope with a labor market that is changing so quickly? That is the primary challenge that we have. And that is why it's very hard to focus on a narrow set of skills that may well be technological in nature without also focusing on the skills that enable us to adapt and develop over time. So I would suggest those are some of the things that we really need to think very carefully about. I also feel very strongly that we have a couple of other challenges that almost pre-learning, so to speak. And the previous speaker alluded very much to those, and that is the problem of access. And it's much of the educational challenges that we're talking about are predicated on people's access and youth access to the internet. That is a fantastic solution to a problem if you're in a mature internet economy. But that's not a great solution to the problem where you're in Africa or when you're anywhere else where internet penetration falls well below the kind of penetration that we see in mature internet economies. And there are huge issues of access relating to the kind of devices that people use, the price of internet, infrastructural issues. And not only that, what is the content that people consume? Is it localized? Is it local language? There are a variety of challenges that we need to address to make sure that everyone globally has equal access to the kind of educational opportunities that we enjoy in mature internet economies. So I would just raise those as a few of the additional challenges that we might face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKent. Absolutely essential questions you have asked. Actually, sometimes I feel the more digitally advanced we are, the more we need to think about the important questions about life, about humanities, right, about sociology. How do our mind work? How do we get peace in this digital age? But thank you so much for raising these questions. I hope we'll have some answers as we move along and, as we leave this panel. Next, let me go to Mr. John Van Vakaitis. He's Director of Google for Education International. Very much looking forward to your intervention on how to meet the global need for early education that prepare our young people for the future of work. We don't hear you, sir. So we don't hear you?
Hello?
Yes, now we hear you, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I had the mute off. Great points made by the panelists. Thanks for introducing me, Lucian. I think I'll make a couple of macro points and then we'll get into some more detail and hopefully everyone can still hear me. Am I being heard? Because I hear you holding your mic. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, great. At Google, we've been focused on supporting and enriching education with digital tools, and the past couple of years have only served to reinforce the importance of this, right? And I wanted to highlight 3 macro level points that I think are probably very obvious for everybody, but worth repeating, and then get into some detailed thoughts around STEM and around higher policy or greater policy. One is the way we work has changed. It's very clear. You can see how we're participating today, right? Millions around the world have turned their homes into virtual offices due to the pandemic, and technology is essential to stay connected with our day-to-day work. And this is the same in education as well, right? And it's impacted not only labor, but education. It needs to impact an education policy and labor policy. And as we've seen over the past 2 years, it was a growing trend, but it's really obviously accelerated, is the use of education technology has really skyrocketed in schools. Schools have been searching for solutions to keep students engaged and learning. And as most students return to classrooms and others continue to learn from home, because we have different situations in different countries, we continue to be very optimistic about the positive role that education technology will play in helping teachers and school leaders in the years ahead. And ultimately, the goal of technology in education is to augment and amplify the critical work undertaken by educators. And I think that's the most important thing. Technology is a tool for us, it's not a panacea. I think digital skills clearly are increasingly needed in the ever-evolving employment landscape. We're not able to predict, I think some of the points made, and I think Luke mentioned this as well as Renali is, and you mentioned it yourself in your opening, is flexibility. You mentioned the term flexibility, and I think we have to maintain flexibility. We don't know what the answers are going to be. We don't know what new professions are going to arise in the coming years. We have to prepare children by teaching them how to use digital tools and develop deeper literacies and understanding of those tools. That's one component, right? But they also obviously need to have a flexible approach to learning and a desire to learn. It's very, very important. We have to make learning inclusive and exciting and interactive. It's very, very important to do this. It's how you keep people engaged. And this is not just for STEM. It's essential in many, many other areas, right? Again, technology is a tool. It's a tool just like we're using pen, paper, and books, right? It's just the next generation of tools for us. It's very, very important. I think one of the other speakers talked about government level policies and programs that support clear mechanisms to nurture transformation at all levels. So you need to have access to the internet. You need to have an open approach to using technology in the classroom. This is going to form the basis for employment, right? It's very, very important for us. I think STEM is an important part of this. STEM is not the whole piece of it, but let's be honest, there are a great movement in job employment opportunities into STEM-based roles. And so any government would want to consider what's their position in building skills in this area to prepare students to be the next level of employed adults in the workforce and what they're needed. There was a report just released by the Brookings Institute entitled Building Skills for Life. It's a report that we co-sponsored, talking about how to expand and improve computer science education around the world. And I think it's a great tool for me to take a look at and to read. It provides case studies of larger scale implementations of computer science in formal education as well. But I would say that beyond STEM, there are some fundamental elements that are really strong indicators of success in education. Again, I'm approaching this from an education perspective. One is the public entity has to be willing and able to invest in the necessary infrastructure to make computing education possible. And I think one of our other speakers touched on this. The entity has to be engaged in partnerships with stakeholders, including teacher groups, parents, and industry. And it has to be focused on upskilling current teachers. And this is really important, upskilling current teachers and creating a healthy pipeline of future teachers. So working with teacher colleges as well, who can address the needs, the coming needs, right? So the use of technology is not going to slow, and it poses a learning curve for all of us and an opportunity as well. So it's for students, it's for teachers, it's for all of us working, right? We have worked very, very hard on creating certification programs for teachers as well in the use of technology in their classroom. So a large component of our efforts in global education have been devoted to helping teachers develop comfort and competency using technology in the classroom to support their learning plans. It's a very, very important element. That investment in teachers needs to be a policy initiative in all governments, and it's one that certainly we've been supporting through a lot of our investments and our efforts in education. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. Again, a very different perspective from the use of educational technologies and flexibility, not just in the content of what is being taught, but also in the approach of how these are being taught. And last but definitely not least, what are we going to do with the teachers? How do we upskill the teachers who will be teaching the young talents? Again, very essential questions there. Many thanks to John again. And still on the same important question, let me go to Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative, Mr. Banga Cezanne, who is joining us on site. I understand this is a grouping for helping underprivileged youth in Africa, where digital access is not particularly strong. So, sir, help us understand your perspective on the question.
Thank you. You know, if COVID has so far taught us anything, it's the fact that there are two kinds of young people. There's, on one hand, the young person who is taking advantage of technology opportunities. Now they are learning more things than they used to learn in the classroom physically, but they're also picking up skills around independence and other soft skills. And on the other hand, there's a second category of young people who not only are not learning, but are also forgetting the things that they learned. When schools were closed in March 2020, what we found at the Paradigm Initiative was that there was a whole group of young people who not only forgot what they had learned, but were literally getting into a second level of digital divide. So we're already at a digital divide where about 40% of the world is not connected. Now we have a second level divide where not only are they unconnected or disconnected, but they're also almost in a whole different world entirely, where they don't have access to, to information and to learning. And I think this is why, any form of policies that we would discuss must take two things, into consideration. First is the reality of the current moment. It's very, great to think of tech when we're considering policies, and I've seen many government policies across many countries where we work, where their policies are completely disconnected from their realities, where governments talk about learning online, but the students absolutely have no access to computers. We had a scenario in one of the countries where the government then said, before you have to write your exit examination from secondary school online. It has to be a computer-based test. But by the final year, almost all of the students had not even seen a computer. So a few weeks before the exams, they had to go to a public cafe. They had to go to public cafes to go and learn how to use a computer for the first time, and then to write exams using computers in a few weeks. So we have that challenge of the unconnected 40% that we must consider when we're developing policies. The second is that while it's very convenient to try to do what everyone else does in terms of, fourth industrial revolution, STEM, and all of that, policies must be grounded in the reality of national socioeconomic plans. And I say this because in many scenarios, universities across many of the countries that we work produce graduates who literally are not fit to work in the countries. So many of them end up picking up skills that only make them relevant when they emigrate, when they leave the countries. We need a handshake between industry in that specific country and the academia. What are the needs? I had a chance to ask, one of the government institutions in Nigeria this question last week. What skills does Nigeria need in the next 10 years? Now, those skills should then determine what the curriculum should be in universities. We can't disconnect industry need on the ground from the curriculum. And the last thing I'd like to say is that many of the solutions to the problem we have exist in many civil society and even private sector projects. And I think it's high time that many governments took advantage of these projects as scaling opportunities. See those projects that have been done across the global south as an opportunity as a test of many of the solutions we're looking for, and then we can then scale those solutions. Many of those projects, that are done by Paradigm Initiative and others are able to reach just a few millions. But imagine if policy is able to shake hands with many of the sample projects that have delivered results, we can then see that scale on a very, very large scale. And I'll pause here for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cezanne. I think you have highlighted once again the reality that COVID-19 has brought the digital divide front and central to us. Almost wherever we are, actually. This problem is not just in Africa, in the underdeveloped South, even in developed countries. I tell you, in Switzerland, for instance, when everybody was caught up in the pandemic, even the teachers were complaining about not having the computer to work on, to help their children learn and submit home assignments and stuff. So this is really a global problem. And in a way, COVID-19 shook us to the grim reality, but great perspectives you have mentioned, absolutely essential there as well. So we have come to the end of the first question in our structured discussion, and we're going to move on to actually one step further to how to facilitate exactly, and this is one of the things that many of the speakers have talked about, how governments adopt an approach that facilitates the adoption and use of new technologies in general. So not just for students, not just for teachers, but for all members of society. How can we ensure that all citizens acquire the necessary skills to face new technological developments? Let's not forget the elderly population, for instance, the disadvantaged. In an aging society such as China, for instance, this is a great challenge. And without much ado, let me give the floor to Ms. Carmen Lejía Valderrama once again for her intervention. Madam, the mic is yours, please.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Yo quiero decirles que coincido con mis antecesores y voy a conectar sus intervenciones con la pregunta que acaban de decir. Yo creo que aquí no podemos obviar, por lo menos desde Colombia, en nuestras condiciones, los tres grandes derroteros que debemos de tener presente. No solamente trabajar en la conectividad,
from the perspective of Colombia, we cannot forget about three important things. We need to work on connectivity. So we need to ensure connectivity all across our country, but we cannot forget about senior citizens. We really need to make sure that senior citizens are able to use those systems. We need to make sure that they are able to use the tools that are out there. In Colombia, we are doing our utmost to make sure that technology is used in our everyday lives, but we also want technology to make their lives easier. And I'd like to tell you about what we're doing in Colombia in terms of public policy in order to meet the specific needs of our society. In Colombia, we are implementing a number of projects addressed at many social groups. So we work with women, we work with young people, the business community, and we also have a project that is intended for women who have not graduated or have not finished any schools. So we intend to teach digital skills to people who have never been taught how to use technology.
Okay, Madam. Okay,
so technology should help them.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I have just been told I have 3 minutes left, so I do want to, but we got the gist of your intervention. And I do have one more question. So I'm going to go straight to the last question. How would you define equitable employment conditions, and where do you see major leverages for change? If I may, let me give the opportunity to Mr. Torten Schäfer-Gümbel from GIZ Germany. If you could, in 2 minutes, please, sum up your answer, sir. I'm so sorry about this. Yeah, time is really limited. I was told 5 minutes left.
Herzlichen Dank für die Einladung. Auf der einen Seite bietet digitale Arbeit neue und flexible Beschäftigungsformen. Das digitale Outsourcing und Offshoring kann in erheblichem Umfang Arbeitsplätze schaffen und auch im Bereich des digitalen Unternehmertums bieten sich viele Optionen für Entwicklungsländer, sowohl auf der lokalen als auch auf den internationalen Märkten. Und der Rahmen von IKT-basierten Dienstleistungen. Mit der Schaffung geeigneter Rahmenbedingungen und gezielten Fördermaßnahmen kann so die Digitalisierung ganz sicher eine wichtige Rolle bei der Beschäftigungsförderung in unseren Partnerländern spielen. Auf der anderen Seite bringen diese Entwicklungen aber auch bestimmte Herausforderungen mit sich. Die GEZ unterstützt seit 2017 das Fair Work Foundation, die sich für Transparenz und faire Arbeit in der Ökonomie einsetzt. Sie hat gemeinsam mit der ILO 5 Kriterien fairer Arbeit entwickelt, die als Grundlage für die Bewertung von Arbeitsbedingungen auf digitalen Plattformen dienen. Und das will ich am Ende einfach noch mal unterstreichen. Diese sind faire Bezahlung, faire Verträge, faire Bedingungen, faire Managementprozesse und faire Mitbestimmung. Und da will ich einfach einen Punkt machen.
Thank you so much, sir. I haven't been able to get the translation on, but I'm sure our organizers, yeah. Yeah, but I'm sure the organizers will put out the translation of your intervention somehow digitally. But thank you so much, and I'm really sorry about the very limited time you've had. You tried very, very much to join us. I'm afraid I really have to leave it there. This is the thing with this digital forum, right? You're not like when you have a physical gathering, you can just go on a little bit. That's the reality. We all have to adapt. But I'm sure we all walk away with many new ideas and inspirations. So a warm round of applause, whoever you are, wherever you can, to all our panelists. And indeed, I have learned a great deal. And thank you so much for the opportunity to host this panel as well. I hope we do have this discussion in the near future. Thank you very much. It's bye-bye from Beijing.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry about the time. Yeah.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everybody. Shall we start our session?
I think so.
Yeah. Vishek, would you like to do some first starting words?
Can you share us screen? I would like to show something at the screen. Can you give us control of the screen? Oh, that's a problem to start. Unfortunately, we don't have possibility to show anything on the screen.
I think I've got one. I got the possibility, so probably you have also. Now my button is working. Share screen.
Still okay. Okay, it's working. Yeah, okay, I will start. Just a moment. So, good afternoon. My name is Zbigniew Wawrzyniak, and I am from Warsaw University of Technology in Poland. And we start the session, which is called Quantum Technology in Poland, Quantum Infrastructure, and Quantum Computation. Firstly, I would like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Adam Piotrowski, who is CEO of WIGO System and a member of Strategic Advisory Board of Flagship and member board of European Photonics Industry, and our speakers. But the floor is yours, Adam.
All right. So, as Richard Feynman said, there is plenty room at the bottom. He was mentioning possibility to manipulate atoms, and today we're going to talk even deeper into subatomic phenomena on the quantum level. So, the quantum technology is usually divided into 4 regions. Fundamental technical physical research, quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing, and we're gonna have a review today of 5 panelists. Grzegorz Kasprowicz from Warsaw University of Technology, Paweł March from Military University of Technology, Łukasz Rudnicki from International Center of Theory of Quantum Technology and University of Gdańsk, Center of Theoretical Physics of Physical Academy of Science, lots of affiliations, the member of Quantum Community Networking Quantum Flagship, also Michał Oszmaniec, Center of Theoretical Physics in Polish Academy of Science, and finally, Zbyszek Wawrzyniak, who made the first introduction, Warsaw University of Technology. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so we'd like to probably all would like to know where we are with the quantum technology, how far we are from introduction of the quantum internet to the standard use, or when we're going to use the quantum cell phones or quantum computers. So hopefully our session will give you some introduction to this area. First, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Łukasz. Can you describe us what quantum revolution is actually?
I will, but perhaps need to share my screen. So,
all right. So
let me try whether this works. Give me a second. This always takes a while. All right.
We are seeing one of your last slides, probably.
Yes.
Not the first one.
Now you can see the first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you start in presentation mode?
In which mode am I now? Let me check.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are seeing your not a full screen, so we are seeing your.
This is bad because this is the problem because I can see full screen and you can't. This is.
You have to press the icon on the bottom.
Probably
enter the presentation mode.
With the screen at the bottom, little to the right.
Give me a second. This is. It normally works by itself. Let me check.
It's always confusing. Don't worry.
Always because so now you can see, right? Because I can see full screen.
No, we don't. We cannot see it.
We are seeing in a edition mode, not in a presentation mode. You probably have two screens and you share the wrong one.
Yes, and this is.
Maybe you should
because in Zoom you can share either the application or the screen.
Maybe you should stop sharing.
Okay.
Make a full screen and then share your full screen.
I will. Okay, I will try. Let me try because this is indeed confusing. I'm in a different place than usual. Okay, let's. What can you see now?
The same.
The same. You should press the full screen icon.
Oh, now we have a presenter view. So the other screen.
Okay, this is good. So you almost.
No.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, you should. Yeah. All right. Yeah, great.
That's right. That's right.
So.
Okay. It's indeed when you have many monitors in a different place, it's always confusing. But yeah, what to say? So let me be fast and to the point. So the question I'm asked about is about quantum revolution, and it's really good to make the short introduction about what it means, especially that nowadays people often mention second quantum revolution. So indeed, it's good to have a look why to call it revolution and why the second one. So in order to get it, we first have a look at what was supposed to be the first quantum revolution. And as you can see, this very clean description and explanation what it is. It's simply because 100 years ago, people discovered quantum mechanics, and then they started learning that using some quantum effects, you can get more than usual. For instance, you can build a laser, or you can build a transistor. And you all know that with such tools, many things happen in the meantime, so they are essential for modern technology. Nevertheless, as is given in the sentence in the middle, so in such devices, quantum mechanics is there. But this doesn't mean that everything which happens inside is controlled, let's say, on a quantum level, which means every individual, let's say, particle or a photon inside is controlled. It's not the case. Just some quantum effects are used, and then this works, and being able to provide technology which is based on that was the first quantum revolution. So then immediately we go to the second quantum revolution, which is one or even more steps like further, and maybe here it's explained even better. It says that we deal with single quantum objects. So the point is that now we are entering the phase in which single quantum objects like atoms or photons can be manipulated, can be controlled. Its state can be read out, And this is this big difference, which is with the previous situation. And the ability to do this is what people call the second quantum revolution, because in such a case, one can think about a device which is in a way fully quantum, because every particular instance inside is quantum, it is controlled quantumly, and everything is according to quantum mechanics and not only pieces of that. By the way, what you can see here is quantum flagship from European Union. This is because this is the biggest initiative in Europe, and also because it describes quite well and with easy, more or less easy language, what is the point behind all these quantum activities. So you can, if you are interested, you can go to this webpage, and then you will find many topics, but not too many, about what quantum technologies nowadays are, how they should look like. You can read about principles which come from physics, which govern that, but you can also read about possible applications and technologies which are being developed. For instance, one case which I prepared to show you more is in applications of quantum. When you open that, there are many applications. One of them is sensing of brain activity. I'm not working on that, so I'm not an expert, but from a principle, I fully understand what is written here, and I hope you can also understand it, because it's explained in a, let's say, accessible language. The point is that when people are able to control this quantum object, in this case, they are nitrogen vacancies in diamonds, which, as you can see, behave like an atom. If this object can be controlled precisely, as you can see in the nanometer scale, so it's all quantum physics, like the spin, can be controlled, can be manipulated, can be read out. This means that when we are able to do this, we have huge sensitivity to the magnetic field, because the magnetic field, external magnetic field, influences these parameters. So being able to control the nitrogen vacancy, we can measure the magnetic field with a very good precision, much better than with other technologies, let's say. And then such measurements, they can be, like they are used in nuclear magnetic resonance. And step by step, we see that being able to control something on a quantum regime, we have much bigger possibilities to improve technologies which are in everyday use, like NMR. Let me also mention that when we look at the funding scheme, like worldwide, there are many initiatives, like in many countries, which pertain to quantum technologies and its funding in next, let's say, years, even a decade. In Europe, we have Quantum Flagship, which I explained you already. We also have Quantera, which is more like association of grant agencies from different countries, all in blue, which you see on the map. And they together support scientists in research projects. So you can imagine that Quantera is more research-oriented, Quantum Flagship is more technology-oriented at the current stage, and they both kind of supplement each other. What is also left, they are national quantum initiatives. So in several countries, like in the UK, in the Netherlands, also in Germany, they are national programs which support quantum technology. Like in Germany, many people heard about 2 billion euro for quantum computers. So these three pillars, so to speak, they cover the funding of the second quantum revolution in Europe. The point which I wanted to discuss at the end, which I think is of the biggest relevance for our panel today, is what happens in Poland, and in particular, so in widening countries. Widening countries, like easily speaking, they are all countries which entered the European Union as the last ones, and Portugal, because Portugal is a smaller country, perhaps more oriented towards touristics, and this is why it's in this group of countries. Widening countries are those which, in terms of, let's say, the research and expenses for research and how many funding they get, they are a bit low performing. And the idea is, so Poland is, of course, among those countries, and the idea is to increase like the funding and become like a country which is in a better stage in terms of technology, funding of technology, development of all that stuff. Unfortunately, at the current stage, it doesn't look so well. So if you look at these three pieces and think about the widening countries, you can imagine that in quantum flagships, widening countries are basically absent, almost. This is because one needs to start with a very advanced technology. Somehow it's difficult to enter, but I hope in the next talks we will discuss exactly this, how to cross this barrier and how to enter this world, starting from the country like Poland. In Quantea is much better because this is more, say, transnational. Every country contributes, and this is why we can also have a share. Concerning national quantum initiatives, I haven't heard about any big initiative in the widening countries. Maybe there are some plans, like in the Czech Republic, for instance, but at the current stage, it's not finalized. In Poland, currently, we don't have such. I think this is what we can discuss in the next talk. So how to start from this landscape and how to make it better and how to get success, so to speak. With this, I would like to finish for a moment. Thanks a lot.
If there are any questions, please ask them on chat. We'll be happy to answer. But I know that in Poland there is still lots of happening in quantum technologies, and that's there are even multi-million projects that are covering several universities and are developing international research agenda. But for now, it seems like the quantum computing is taking most of the emotions for the quantum technology. It's related to unlimited power, computing power of quantum computers. So hopefully they will act as a coprocessor for AI, machine learning, and process vast amounts of data. So the first draft report on a computer architecture by John von Neumann from 1945 defined the computers, the computer architecture as we know it right now. So how can we define the quantum computer architecture in the real life? Did quantum computers already exceed classical computers? Michał, can you give us some interesting thoughts about that?
Sure, I will try to do my best. Let me try to share my screen. I have just one screen because I'm anxious for such events. Let's check if it works. You see? Do you see?
We see you.
Yes, we can see.
Okay,
we see it.
Awesome.
Great.
Great. It's by the great pleasure to be here. My name is Michał Szmańc, and I work as a group leader in quantum computing group in Center for Theoretical Physics in Warsaw. And today I'll be trying to convey you some messages about what what is the current status of quantum computing and how Polish scientists are trying to contribute to this interesting developing landscape. Let me start with sharing with you my, admiration or amazement for great experimental progress that we had in recent years in quantum computing. So, number of qubits that we have in currently available chips is getting larger and larger. Quality of those qubits is improving. Also, number of gates that you can implement is, quality of gates is getting better. You have different platforms like superconducting qubits, ion traps, Rydberg atoms, also photonics. Still, I want to stress that despite what you can maybe hear in popular accounts of the subject, quantum computers are not all powerful machines. They won't solve all problems of humanity, especially in near term. So this subject became a bit you have a lot of marketing these days, a lot of politics involved, and it's important to be able to read the fine print. So, for example, this is a tweet from Ivanka Trump. It happened around 2 years ago when Google announced it's quantum supremacy experiment. And you can see here that, okay, it is claimed that like this experiment, it took 3 minutes, but in order to simulate this quantum advantage thing, you need 10,000 years on a classical supercomputer. But actually, even a few days after the publication, scientists of IBM, they, let's say, reduced this number to 2.5 days. And by now, we actually know that we can actually simulate this experiment pretty well on a like moderate size cluster. Okay, so or even faster. Okay, you have also claims like, okay, you can maybe break, like soon quantum computers will break RSA encryption in 8 minutes. The fine print being you need actually around 10 million qubits with error rate which is smaller than the one that you currently have. Okay, so, okay, some time travel thing, like, yeah, we cannot do time travel even using quantum computers. Also, on the daily basis, I work on quantum computers. I don't believe in near term they will help us solve, address COVID issue. Yeah, that's not, yeah. So, like, how do people think about like speed up that you can get in quantum computers? So let me consider a very simple example, namely factoring. So this is like the problem is to factor natural numbers into prime factors. So for example, 21 is product of 3 and 7. And we have this famous Shor algorithm that actually takes care of solving this problem for large numbers. It takes cubic time with the number of bits of a number. But the best classical algorithm has this exponential scaling for the same task. And here I plotted for you comparison in the logarithmic scale between those two algorithms. So best classical takes some number of elementary steps. Shor is much faster. Actually, for the sizes comparable to the number of bits you get in RSA, you use in RSA, the speed up is immense, like of order of like age of the universe, right? So it's a feature of this exponential difference in complexity. So why haven't we broken RSA yet? And like the reason for this is that not only the number of qubits matters, but also their quality and like how they are connected. So it's true that you need exponential number of classical bits to even describe the state of n qubits, but once you have errors occurring in your system, the quality of quantum system deteriorates and all the magic, all the quantumness is lost. And therefore, like not only the number of qubits matters, but also you need to keep errors suppressed while scaling the number of qubits. And currently we are just on the verge of maybe entering the region in this kind of space of like useful applications of quantum computers. So in the near term, we won't be able to run full-fledged quantum algorithms. We need to resort to heuristic, a bit ad hoc methods, so that don't have provable guarantees of working. So applications of such algorithms can be in optimization, quantum chemistry, or machine learning. And people work intensely on that. In order to run those rigorous full-fledged algorithms like Shor algorithm or algorithms that simulate large quantum systems, you need to enter this regime when you have really like hundreds of thousands of qubits. So we are not there yet. So that's the landscape of quantum computing nowadays. And yeah, now I wanted to pass quickly to like overview of activities that we have in Poland in this field. So So we have this consortium of 3 institutes: Center for Theoretical Physics, Institute for Theoretical and Applied Computer Science in Gliwice, and Jagiellonian University. And so our project is funded by Foundation for Polish Science, and we focus on those near-term devices. So we work on areas such as error mitigation, characterization, and benchmarking of quantum devices, near-term algorithms, quantum machine learning, quantum error correction. I wanted to highlight just three outcomes of our research. So first, our colleagues from Krakow, they came up with the fastest state-of-the-art simulator of a classical simulator of quantum computer that will be soon implemented within Qiskit, so a library developed by IBM. In Warsaw, we propose an alternative scheme for quantum supremacy or quantum advantage that uses fermions. It has some advantageous properties, but in the interest of time, let me just pass to the most applied of the areas that we work on, namely quantum error mitigation. So assume you have some complicated quantum device that runs some algorithm, and you're getting some outcome, okay, some output signal. But because you have noise in this device, as I described, this signal is corrupted, it's noisy. But if you knew what the noise was, you can unfold it, you can reverse its effect to recover the perfect, let's say, outcome of your algorithm. There are still problems with this approach, because you have exponential complexity when you want to describe this noise, when you want to characterize the device, even if you want to process do the classical processing. And now, in this work, we, let's say, partially solve those issues. So we decided to look for patterns and structure in the errors that occur in those devices. We use parallel characterization techniques to speed up the efficiency of the characterization. And you can see here real experimental results. So we use our techniques on IBM devices on some some concrete problem, and you see how our methods, let's say, improve the quality of the algorithm in a sense. Okay, just to conclude, I wanted to let's say repeat again that present-day quantum computers, they don't offer yet any practical advantage over quantum computers, although there are still many, we are in this point in time when there are many interesting directions for both industry and academia. So especially on the applied side, on the science side, it's, I think, thrilling to try to develop new algorithms for those near-term devices. And, those processors, they will be becoming bigger and bigger. Soon they will be of order of thousands qubits. So you have to learn how to efficiently learn how they operate. So characterization and benchmarking would be a very important thing. So how to, in my opinion, make quantum computing in Poland stronger. So, of course, some better funding is always welcome, as Łukasz suggested. But in my opinion, also education in quantum computing, broader access to hardware, and strengthening links between academia and industry. So, yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
I see no questions during this, but what you showed as the roots hidden under the ground, it's very, very critical to take over from science to industry to really address the application domains and implement standards. So I'm really curious to see it develops, but. I see large brands that were on your presentation. Google, IBM. I know that there are many others like Honeywell working. Is there a place for smaller companies to enter the game?
So is there a place? So I think that, currently the landscape is dominated by those bigger companies, okay? Although on the European side, there is, I think, IQM is the name of the company, Finnish-German company. They, let's say, Europe tries to, let's say, invest in its own quantum computers. Actually, like, I think the amount of money you need to put to have actual quantum computer, I mean, forces to, like, either to have large-scale investment or to have very serious involvement of the government. And actually, those like many of the companies you mentioned, they do enjoy support of the government also in the US, for example. So I think that this is what will be happening. This is what is happening in Europe currently.
All right. Next, Kasperowicz Grzegorz, I would like to hear your experience on combining both quantum hardware and the software for demonstrate technologies. Grzegorz, are you there? We can see you.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, we can see you right now.
Figure out which of my 4 screens to share.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see presentation?
You choose well. We have a full screen.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Greg Kasperowicz. I work at the Warsaw University of Technology. And today I'd like to tell you about our success story in the field of quantum computing, cooperation over internet and community that joined forces to do something important. And I'd like to tell how to make money on quantum computing without building your own quantum computer. So here's a short agenda. I don't want to go into details about technology, but I'll show you a few images to give you the perspective. So the quantum computer consists of the freezer and the box. The box is very important because it controls all the stuff inside the freezer and interacts with lasers. This applies to many topologies. Only optical quantum computers don't sit in the fridge, but most of them, including ion traps, they usually sit in a freezer, some form of freezer. A much more complex box is needed to control ion trap computer because we have optoelectronics, lasers, fibers, modulators, etc. And the general opinion is that the quantum computer is as good as this control box and the algorithms that control it. Typical quantum lab resembles a rat nest with endless wires and boxes connected to using glue tape. And I'm not joking. There's lots of provisoric connections and solutions that simply are working by chance. In every lab, there are engineers reinventing the wheel and building from scratch their own best-suited pieces of the control system that perfectly fits their needs. There are often postdocs who leave the lab sooner or later, leaving magic boxes without proper documentation. So the next postdoc comes and builds next-generation control box over and over again. To make cooperation between labs easier and reduce necessity of reinventing the wheel, a few research labs joined forces and founded Arctic control system software, and followed with Sinara hardware ecosystem. It is a bottom-up initiative around an open-source hardware approach, created by physicists for physicists, with help of entrepreneurs and engineers. There are many beautiful open hardware projects on GitHub to look at, but most of them have failed. Why? There was a lacking strong commercial partner who is able to review the design, produce all the devices, add warranty sticker, and sell from the shelf. And it needs to be cheap. So cheap that it doesn't make any sense to produce it yourself. The economy of scale does the job. So we, the community, created over various modules. Each module is a product. It includes electronics, mechanics, software, drivers, including also documentation and test results. Then two commercial companies in Poland, put a lot of effort and money to commercialize it. The project is still alive. We got funding from several sources and more than 10 new devices is under development. Each of them fulfills some requirement of constantly changing quantum computing technology. Some new modules, for example, clean up the laser spectrum, some control qubit motions, the others stabilize the qubit vibrations. So the cooperation of nearly 100 people from around the world was possible due to internet, GitHub, Zoom, and many other tools. Actually, the pandemic proved that such a project can continue without any obstacles. Many of us never met each other because the conferences are also virtual, and we proved that it is possible to build the high-tech hardware in such a way. Here is a short example how physicists can control complex bits of instrumentation writing in popular Python without the need of using nuances of complex VHDL language. And all the approach to the Arctic was that it can be operated by physicists, without a need of hiring high-end engineers knowing these nuances of VHDL language or Verilog language. And using Python, you can actually run a sub-nanosecond accuracy control system. And here's our team. A part of it, some small part of it. Some groups are founders, some are clients, but contribute in testing. Some design hardware, others write software. So this is a project which is community founded, let's say. So it works in such a way that if one, for example, one institution wants to have certain modules, so it simply pays money either to the company or to the university to fund development of such a hardware. But in return, it gets all the other work which was funded by other institutions. This is how that's why it works. So we created hardware. How to earn money? Build a quantum computer? There is too much hype around this in the field. I have an impression that these days every postdoc who knows how to use lasers opens his own startup and raises 100 million. That's not the path. We are electronic engineers, not physicists. There was a popular statement a long time ago in a gold rush, sell shovels. So during a quantum gold rush, sell a control system. And this is what we do. These are examples of the systems we develop. Some of them are simple, some of them are very complex. Some people may say that electronics is easy. Just take Arduino, write a few lines of code, and you can blink your light. Yes, we are also using Arduinos in our labs sometimes, for example, to blink LEDs. But most of the hardware we created looks like that above. This is a control module that entangles qubits and performs operation on quantum gates. It runs at 16 gigahertz. It took a lot of time to design and to verify it, and then build prototypes and do it again, etc. And this is a commercial product. So to conclude, here are some examples of our hardware in a few places around the world. But let's talk about a bit about the business model behind that stuff. There can be 4 general business models for hardware. It can be any combination of openness and commercial. One of the problems in quantum community is ability to perform non-typical operations by the system. In usual case, the physicists have 2 choices. Either one can build its own system, and often it happens, or to pay the company to build it. Once he or she needs to change something, one has to pay again for all the changes. So that's why open source commercial approach makes lots of sense here. From client perspective, it's a win-win situation. One gets exactly what is needed and can modify it. Can produce it when some company charges too much, disappears from the market, or makes the product obsolete. But what about the entrepreneur? What are the advantages for entrepreneurs? There are actually a few. The company starts with an already tested prototype of the product. And this product was created as a compromise between many clients. So the company knows that there is a market for this product. It doesn't have to do a market research, invest a lot in R&D. It needs just to commercialize it, raise the TRL from 6 or 7 to 9. And it gets a lot of support from the community. So it doesn't have to hire that many engineers to provide such support. And the product can be a lot cheaper due to this saving. Okay, let's conclude. So we created a complex system, which for the moment is something like 70 devices in the pipeline, currently being in development, We use bottom-up approach in a completely remote way using internet tools. Two companies commercialize it. I think even Chinese people are also commercializing it. Most products are available off the shelf. We have a lot of plans and clear paths to develop in future and to meet new challenges in the field of quantum computing. We are now entering the era of ASICs. So keep tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Grzegorz. Arduino was started in Italy, Raspberry Pi in Great Britain. So shall we have a next revolution starting from Poland?
Well, who knows? Just use our control system.
All right. So make it as you said available and popular. Then probably everybody will buy it.
It's getting more and more attraction. Actually, we sold over 2,000 pieces last year, I think. So yeah, it's getting more and more. Yesterday I saw there's Action in flagship. There's an Action project where they built a 1,000-qubit quantum computer, and I noticed that they are using my hardware. I was so proud.
yeah, that's always great when you are seeing your users everywhere. All right, but with this kind of quantum computing, you can break any kind of encryption codes. Probably we should have new holes in e-commerce or virtual private networks someday.
I don't think it would ever happen because already guys are implementing post-quantum algorithms. You can simply take the NIST developed PQC algorithm, implement it in a hardware, and even when the quantum computer gets ready to break existing encryption standards, we won't use them anymore. I don't think they would be ever able to break our encryptions. Because in 20 years, nobody would use it. You know?
Yeah, but Grzegorz, remember that there is already a lot of stored data which is still critical. So encrypting this data is also very valuable. So
there are still you can imagine some secrets from World War II which are still critical. Yeah.
All right. So. Post-quantum computing, but there is also quantum cryptography and distribution of quantum keys solutions. Paweł, can you give us some overview about the quantum key distribution systems? Paweł, can you connect? We cannot hear you yet. You are still muted. We see already your screen, not yet full screen. We see your presentation. Now it's full screen, right? But you are still muted. No, still we cannot hear you. You should unmute yourself. I know this building. This is when I made my PhD, but we cannot hear you.
Okay. I always have a problem with Zoom.
Yeah,
I cannot unmute this software. Usually. Okay. My name is Paweł Mak. I'm representing Military University of Technology. And I would like to share with you some information about quantum key distribution. I will start from beginning because in theory, quantum key distribution is a promises idea in which we can design the quantum channel and we can exchange for this quantum channel our secret messages. And we are sure that nobody can eavesdrop it. Because it is covered by physical law, it means that if we design quantum channel, the quantum state cannot be repeated or cloned due to the fact that we cannot reproduce the unknown quantum state. In theory, we have Alice and Bob, which exchange the information, and they want to keep it in a secret. They always know that somebody can listen this talk, and they invent some special algorithm how to cover this information to first share the special key, which will be used for encryption and decryption of this message. Here we have the example of this exchange of the key. This is protocol BB84, like a base of which was developed in 1984, but it is pretty simple to show how the quantum key distribution works. So Alice sent to Bob the previously generated random number qubits or bits, zeros and ones, and it can be all these bits can be coded in two bases. Let's say we have polarization-based coding, so we code photons in state of polarization. So we have two bases. One base shows you qubits which are vertical aligned as 1 and horizontal will be 0. And the second basis is diagonal. Let's say we have two qubits. One will be minus 45, the 0 will be 45 like here, for example. So when Alice codes these qubits in her randomly chosen bases, she sent to the Bob. Bob has photo detectors which are polarization sensitive. Bob measure all these qubits and they can compare Alice and Bob using normal channel which can be listened for anybody. If they agree that some of bits are read good by Bob's measurement scheme, so they shift the key and finally they can find the proper length of the key which will be used to encode the data. And they can transmit this data without caring if the eavesdropper can hear this, because anytime eavesdropper starts to listen this channel, its quantum state will be destroyed. However, realistic devices has some imperfections. We have also limits in the case of light sources and detectors. So this imperfection always can cause that someone can listen us and try to hack this information and finally encode this data without knowing, because this is the most important, that or if Alice and Bob exchange the information, they will be sure that somebody can start to hack their talk. So in practical application, the source is usually used photon sources. It could be weak coherent state, thermal, single photon, or intelligent photon. They code in polarization or in phase. The phase coding is more common than polarization. And both have to be equipped in polarization and phase decoding scheme and proper photodetector. As a photodetector, we usually use single photon detector. And the channel we use optical fiber or free space. The quantum hacking, which can be designed or optimized by eavesdropper, can be directed directly to the source of light. And if we use phase encoding scheme, the source can be attacked by some special procedure. It is, for example, photon number splitting, phase ramping, and non-random phase. Or we can attack detector by double-click fake state time shift and detector control. Other attacks, it's a horse Trojan attack in which if eavesdropper sends a probe light in both sides or only in one to Alice and Bob, and this backscatter information can be read, and from this information can be encoded information. Now we are starting to our project, which is funded by National Center for Research and Development, and this is the part of the Sapphire program of this agency, and we want to, and we direct this project first for design a QKDS system for optical fiber telecommunication networks. We want to build this architecture which could be implemented because one of the consortium partners is a company. And we also try to focus our development to change security standards, which are only directed to code and encode information. We didn't see yet any standards in case of protecting optical fiber, for example. And we designed a sensor which is which can be applied to see if some eavesdropper can start to hacking our optical fiber. We start from two designs. We designed the quantum key distribution system based on optical fibers, and we working on a quantum random number generator, which is another story in quantum technology, because we usually, if we want to encode information, we need to good quantum random generator. Now we are using only mathematics and some special algorithms which are able to build a random number enough long to code the information. And that's all I would like to say for you about quantum key distribution.
Thank you very much for this introduction of the quantum communication, quantum key distribution. That's always when there is a new way of communicating, there is a hacking experience. I know that there are already people all around the world trying to hack the solutions, and I know that there is always new technologies to prevent hacking. So it's always the race.
I agree with Michał that there is more management in showing that quantum computer starts to break all these codes than reality, because even now we have the quantum key distribution which works with the speed about 10 megahertz. So this is I think this speed is not interesting for community because we are working with gigahertz speed, not with megahertz. But we will see. There are some implementation and we can buy, for example, no, maybe not for example. We can buy some system, a QKDS system. They are available in the market.
All right, thank you very much. And so, Zbyszek, can you give us a final summary? Are we there yet with the quantum internet, quantum communication, quantum computers, or are we far away? Zbyszek, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Again, good afternoon. So I will try to summarize all the problems from the system architecture of quantum communication. infrastructure. First of all, we can tell that the second quantum revolution is in the early stages of development, and there is a most significant scientific innovation affecting the data, how the data should be compiled, analyzed, and utilized. And
we can see your screen, but it's not full screen. Yeah,
it's not full screen. Okay. But just a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes left. So
can you see? Okay.
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
This is the aspect of second quantum revolution, and we can tell that all the technological development will bring about major changes in all segments of society, but no one can predict it certainly whether the blockchain, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing and other futuristic occurrences will ultimately benefit mankind. So, next question about technical aspects, and for realistic usage of classical supercomputing and quantum computing, it's necessary to make a secure quantum communication infrastructure. And in this, integration of quantum cryptography and innovative secure quantum products and systems is important to make a conventional, to improve this in communication, in conventional communication infrastructure. Then, if we look at the communication infrastructure, we see that the important thing is to prepare QKD. And in fact, it's not only QKD, but also all the other layers. So we can expect that the evolution come into quantum internet, connecting devices like quantum computers, simulators, sensors via quantum networks, and then to build a quantum resources for securely all over the Europe. And practical aspect, there is early bird, like two phones with built-in quantum cryptography for increased security. This is the smallest quantum generator, and at a very small chip, 2.5 millimeter, there is a random number generator, QRNAD, and this makes encryption key and security sensitive services like banking, mobile payment, and so on, is the safest commercially available phone in the world of this type. Quantum computing area is rather very wide, and there are many branches, but the most important thing are the quantum traps. And in fact, Traption is the most interesting idea. We making such an infrastructure. And then we should say about some system aspect, software, classical computation, and what is important is to prioritize business to impact potential in use cases. So another important questions are parameters coming from technology. I mean, number of qubits, qubits lifetime, gate fidelity, operation time, and so on. And full ecosystem of quantum computers. I mean, services, applications layer, and system software layer, system and quantum computer hardware. And then the most important aspect for us also, support for such a quantum companies. So the landscape is like this. There is no Poland at this research, but the full landscape is much more complicated. So only two quotations that quantum technology is not a general purpose technology, and quantum computing cannot solve all the problems at the moment, but the main aim of the quantum revolution is to bring together scientists from academia, engineers, full industry, and future users into quantum technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are not yet there, but there is already a first products on the market. As far as I remember, they were developed in Europe and then commercialized in Korea. But let's hope we're going to have global companies selling those quantum tools for everybody to be used for better society. Thank you for everybody for attending our session, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much for mentoring our session. We have less than 1 minute left. You can ask us using the chat. We try to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.